The December 2nd, 2020 virtual meeting of the Board of Education. I am the Board President, Michelle Corcadell. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The Board Attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be, quote, held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings, end quote. The virtual format of this meeting, the Board of Education, is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type is not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternative accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The Board Attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with the prevailing best practices during this emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please now pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're now going to do a roll call, starting with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Ellis?
Present.
Mr. Grannon?
Here.
Ms. Schalheim?
Here.
Ms. Antwine?
Here.
Mr. Gilliland?
Here.
Mr. Live?
Here.
Thank you. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Any requests for edits? Seeing none, motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion and second has been made. Do we have consent to adopt? Please advise dissent. Seeing no dissent, meeting minutes have been approved. Item 2.04 is establish the agenda order. Ms. Ellis.
My apologies. Give me one moment. I lost it on my screen when I went into full screen.
No worries.
My apologies. Is this about the time of the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't realize this was the point for that. Madam President, I move that the December 16, 2020 meeting of the Board of Education begin at 6 p.m. as has been the case.
Ms. Ellis, my apologies. There was a subsequent suggestion as to place it on the agenda as item. Perhaps I would suggest 7.06.
That sounds great, Madam President. I move that we add item 7.06 the meeting time for December 16th.
We
Second.
have a motion and second has been made. Do we have consent of the board? Any dissent? No dissent noted. Ms. Howell, please note for the record through consent, item 7.06, which is board calendar, December 16th meeting time has been added to the agenda. I'm now willing to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second has been made. Do we have consent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, Ms. Howe, please note for the record that the agenda as edited has been approved. Item 2.05 is our recognitions, and we have 4 very special ones today as we bid farewell to our 4 outgoing board members in Mr. Gilliland, Mr. Grannon, Mrs. Hummer, and Mr. Live. Before we get to board members' comments, though, Dr. Lotto and I had the chance to present 3 of our outgoing members with gifts yesterday. Mr. Gilliland was unfortunately unable to be available due to multiple work commitments, but sir, we are going to get those to you very soon. Please now take a look at these photos from yesterday, as well as the collages that our outgoing members have or will be presented with very soon. Thank you all so very much. I know this is going to be a very hard meeting for everyone, but we have a lot of great memories to share. And so we do have a couple special guests and some folks who signed up to say farewell. So we're going to start, we're going to take those on next. But before we do, there's one former student member of the board, Ms. Josie Uria, our former vice president. She had signed up to say a few departing words, and unfortunately, she was not able to attend this evening because she did get scheduled to work, and so she wanted me to share with everyone that she wished she could be there to tell all of you how much that you mean to her and to all the SMOBs who have served. And please extend her deepest, most heartfelt congratulations to each of you. She's looking forward to watching the rerun on YouTube of all of this. And so next, we have several folks who would like to say a couple of fond words of farewell. And I believe we have Miss Kristen Camamini is joining us. Miss Camamini.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can't. Let's see. Now you can see me. All right. Over the past 3 years, serving on numerous committees within AACPS, as well as in my role as the founder of Kindness Grows Here, I have had the opportunity to truly get to know a number of the outgoing board members, and I am grateful for that. Doing this job well takes immense time and dedication, and I thank each of you. Mr. Grannon, we have not had the opportunity to meet or talk in person, but I wish you the best of luck as you move on to new opportunities. Sorry, my 2-year-old wants to be a part of this too, Karen. Mr. Live, thank you so much for the time you have put in during what should have been a relaxing retirement. Tessa, you have always impressed me with your... Hold on one second. I am so sorry. Tessa. You gotta go to bed. Matt, get Tessa. Sorry, life with 4 children. Mr. Live, thank you so much for the time you have put in during what should have been a relaxing retirement. You have always impressed me with your integrity and your immense respect for the staff of AACPS. While we may not have always agreed, I truly believe you sought to do what was best for students, and I am grateful for you and the time that you gave. Mr. Gilliland, it has been a pleasure getting to know you over the past few years. I appreciate you being such an active and dedicated member, not only of the Board of Education, but also of your community. I appreciate the time you have taken to talk by phone about important issues. I appreciate when you have attended events in the community, and I appreciate the way you always ask thoughtful questions during meetings that truly seek to move the discussion forward in a meaningful way. I hope our paths will continue to cross in the future. Ms. Hunter, you truly defy human capacity in so many ways. While being an involved and dedicated mother of 5 children, you somehow have managed to be the most responsive and involved member of this board. You have defined professionalism and integrity. Most recently, when the Board of Ed decided to pursue a hybrid plan, a plan you didn't vote for, you were the Board of Ed member who was most engaged with the community, trying to help families understand and make sense of a very complicated plan. You gave hours and hours of your time simply to support children and families during a very stressful situation. Additionally, you were spending your spare time collecting food to bring to the meal pickup sites to get families through the weekend. Prior to COVID, you were constantly visiting schools and attending community events. And through it all, you have used your expertise as a special educator to always advocate for the needs of all students. You see equity issues with clarity, and your moral compass has always guided you. To say you will be missed on this board is an understatement. Thank you to each of you. I wish you all the best of luck in whatever the future may bring. Thank you.
Thank you for those very kind words. Greatly appreciated. And I believe Tessa's been visiting the board on numerous occasions. I remember her in a stroller during public testimony a couple years back, if I recall. And even prior to that, in some community meetings at Arundel High.
Tessa always makes her presence known.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so very much once again.
Thank you.
And next we have a couple other student members of the board of past that would like to say a few kind words as well. Ms. Caroline Williams.
Hello, yes, I'm here, sorry. Can you all see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, and distinguished members of the board. My name is Carolyn Williams, and I'm currently an independent citizen of Anne Arundel County. But just 4 years ago, I had the honor of serving on this board with members Julie Hummer, Eric Grannon, and Terry Gilliland. I remember feeling extremely nervous about doing a good job, and each of them, in their own way, helped me feel at ease. Julie, you know I'm a crier, so I might cry. But I want to thank you for all of the rides to and from meetings, to and from events, the phone calls to check on me and up on my mental health, and your warm presence. Eric, with both of us being products of the great Howard University, we are both aware of the mission statement in truth and service. I hope that during the rest of your tenure, you use this statement as a guiding principle for serving those in our amazing county and upheld that standard that was placed in our institution. Terry, we share in coming from the northern part of the county and serving as student members and representing strong. You bridge the gap between the student board member and community leadership. You use the time that you spent as the student member to help you on your journey through public service, and look how full circle that has been. right back where it all started. Serving on the board with each of you is still one of the best moments of my entire life. Although your time here has come to an end, that should not stop you from continuing the good fight for every student, faculty member, and staff member of Anne Arundel County. Continue to use your voices and your platform to create impactful change. Thank each of you for being a part of my journey, and good luck on the next steps in your journey.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Williams. A pleasure to have you join us once again. We do have one more guest, and that is Jacob Horskamp. Jacob? I am showing unmuted, but if it's through a phone, sometimes there's another step. I see muted again. Let's see. There we go.
Hello.
Great.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Arlato. My name is Jacob Horskamp, and I had the honor to work alongside Julie Hummer and Terry Gilliland on the Board of Education as a student board member for 2015 to 2016. First, I would like to thank both Julie and Terry for their outstanding work as board members and their commitment to improving the quality of education for the students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. To Julie, your leadership and positivity are among the many attributes an individual must have to be an exceptional board member. As board members, we are invited to a myriad of events, meetings, and conferences throughout the school year. Julie made sure to attend all these events and was always happy to speak with members of the community and clarify any changes happening within the school system. To Terry, your kindness and proactive attitude made working with you a fantastic experience. I have always enjoyed our conversations about your time as a delegate for the Maryland General Assembly and hearing all about your newborn baby daughter. You always came prepared for Board of Ed meetings and made sure to ask the important questions so that everyone understood the bigger picture of our decisions before voting on them. Julie and Terry, to this day, I look back to our time working together on the Board of Education, and I use those memories to reflect on what kind of person I want to be in life. Although your time as board members is over, the positive impact you have made for the children and families of this school system will continue to thrive on. I wish you both the best, and I look forward to hearing what your next chapter in life will entail. To Mr. Granite and Mr. Leaf, although we did not have the opportunity to work together, I also wish you the best in the next chapters of your life. And I would like to thank the current student board member, Drake Smith, for contacting me about tonight. I hope your time as student board member continues to be a memorable and educational experience and something that you always look back and think fondly of, because I surely do. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
No problem.
We're now going to do a round of members who are not departing to speak and say a couple words to our departing members. So we're going to be starting, actually, I'll keep to the roll call order, starting with Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith?
Great. Thank you, President Corcoran. First, I want to say thank you, Jacob and Carolyn, for really taking the time out your night to be here. I know it was really special of you guys. I know your time that you spent on the board was really special. I'm just glad you could be a part of this. I do have some written remarks from Rita. She sends her apologies. She had a class at UMD, so I'm going to read these.
Yeah. Oh, great.
I'll try to be as eloquent as she wrote it. My name is Rita Alvey, and I am the former SMOB of Anne Arundel County for the 2019-2020 school year. Unfortunately, I'm in a virtual class at this time and have requested Drake to deliver my remarks on my behalf. As we all know, tonight is the last board meeting for our 4 board members with whom I have served. As their fellow former colleague, I can confirm that their work behind the scenes has been just as important as the work as that seen from the long hours each of them has spent on the dais. Each of their unique perspectives has contributed to their success as board members and been a source of admiration for AACPS students like myself. As they depart from Anne Arundel County, from the Anne Arundel County Board of Education, they take with them institutional knowledge and a deep care for children's futures that has been a marker of their leadership. They leave big shoes to fill for their successors, but I am sure that we will all be seeing more of them in one way or another as their passion for education takes them forward. I want to personally thank each of you for your service, Ms. Hummer, Mr. Live, Mr. Gilliland, and Mr. Grannon. May God bless you and Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And now I'll move on to my own written remarks. After hearing what my predecessors had to say, I just have one thing to say. I really got the short end of the stick. I only got half a year to work with you, and on top of all that, most of our meetings were virtual. But all in all, I think we made the most of our time together. It was a little over a year ago when I first met you all when I was testifying as president of the Anne Arundel County NAACP Youth and College Division. You may recall that I was asking that an apology be required for a few students who made a hate-filled video. You probably couldn't tell just by looking at me, but I had butterflies in my stomach and a lump the size of a baseball in my throat. But somehow I made it through my speech. And after a thoughtful conversation with Dr. Arlotto, I took my seat. In my mind, I thought, well, at least I tried. I said my piece, and if nothing happens, so be it. But then the next voice I heard was Mr. Grannon's. And he made a motion that an apology be required in order to complete the required hate and bias course. It was then unanimously passed by this Board of Education. Mr. Grannon, you showed me firsthand that when I use my voice, change can happen. You then took it one step further and stepped down from the dais and shook my hand. Those two simple acts really resonated with me, built my courage, and are one of the reasons why I'm on the board today. Mr. Grannon, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I hope one day soon I can shake your hand. To my seatmate, Mrs. Hummer, on the day of my swearing in, you talked to my mom and gave her some advice, mother to mother. I will not get into exactly what you said, but I will say that my mom has repeated it to me on several occasions. It is really solid advice. And it was the first of many. In all our conversations over these past few months, whether it be a phone call or a side conversation at a board meeting, I seem to either learn something new about the county, gain a new perspective, or just get some more really solid advice. I'm sad to see you go, but I find comfort in knowing that we will still be graced by a Hummer at least once a month. To Mr. Gilliland, you're not only my colleague, but also one of my predecessors. As a former SMOB, you know firsthand what it's like to juggle student life and board work. In our first phone call, you said, be a senior first, hang out with your friends, do all those senior events, and date that girl. The last part is still a work in progress, but mark my words, I'll get there. I'm not only going to miss your level-headedness, but I'm also going to miss your lighthearted comments. In the middle of a long meeting, a joke from you would keep me going. After we log off here tonight, I hope that you pour an ice cold glass of regular Coke, not your usual Diet Coke, because you definitely deserved it. And last, but certainly not least, Mr. Live, a straight shooter. Everyone has called this pandemic a storm, and I'm glad to have had a Navy grad from the tried and true class of 72 to help steer the ship. It will be leaving us in ship-shape condition. I'm not only going to miss your Navy stories, but also your quick policy committee meetings. We're always in and out. Bravo, Zulu. I wish you fair winds and following seas. To close, I want to say that Anne Arundel County Public Schools is in better hands because of all of your dedicated work over these past few years. On behalf of the 85,000 plus current students and the thousands of alumnus that have since graduated in your time on the board, I thank you. I hope that God blesses each and every one of you and your families in whatever you do next.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I normally try to write down my remarks. I struggle to find words sometimes, but I really wanted to speak from the heart. So I hope I'm able to convey everything I want to say. First of all, I am really, really bad with endings and goodbyes. This virtual meeting is probably saving me from a lot of tears, but I still feel very robbed of being in a room together one last time. But we'll just have to make that happen later. I will start with Bob. Bob, my first memory of you was at our swearing in. And my father sat next to you, or at some point there, had a conversation with you, I know. He was a former Marine. Two of you struck up a conversation, and you instantly had his approval. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you. You have, no offense to anyone here, but Bob, you have been my favorite seatmate. You just you make me laugh through the meetings, even during some tense times. Your integrity is unmatched. You have the ability to disagree with absolute respect, and we have also agreed on many things, and I've just really enjoyed collaborating with you, Bob, and I really, truly wish you the best. Julie, I want to thank you for your years of dedicated service. Your knowledge has been an immense asset to every board member and the community at large. Your commitment to the school system truly is unmatched, and I certainly have gained a tremendous amount just working with you. And I know I know how special it is that your legacy is going to continue with another Hummer, giving us updates monthly, and as a mom with students who are moving along into their adult lives, I know what pride and joy that brings you to see your children carrying the torch. So I wish you the best. I know we'll be seeing more of you. Eric, your dedication as a father clearly informs your actions on this board, and I have seen you. I've seen you take some of the most passionate positions of any board member since I have been attending meetings, not just as a board member, but even before. And you have been an inspiration for me. And getting to know you has been a real pleasure. I truly hope that that this is not goodbye, and that we will continue to communicate. But I really wish you the best. Terry, what can I say? You are my inspiration as a leader, because your leadership is a style that was to lift everyone and to support everyone, and your goal has always been to help everyone else succeed, and that's been very inspirational to me. On top of that, the levity that you bring to board meetings and to other meetings, I'm just going to tell you right now, Drake, you're going to have to do double duty, because we're losing some real laughs. And Terry, you know, I consider you a dear friend, and I know this is not goodbye. And that being said, it still makes me very sad that you will not be present for the rest of our next 4 years. But, you know, I wish you the best as well, all four of you. I just want to thank you for everything you've given to our school system and to me personally.
Thank you, Miss Ellis. Ms. Shawhan?
I'll be brief. I just want to thank each of you for your service to the community and to our students, and I wish you nothing but the best in your next adventure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine.
So I was still practicing, thinking that Dana was going to say more. So I'll start by thanking each of you, Terry, Bob, Eric, and Julie have influenced Anne Arundel County in ways that this county can never fully appreciate or understand. I personally sit here as a mom that benefited from the product of your leadership. Your influence over my own child has allowed him to grow and flourish in ways that I never imagined. So for that, first and foremost, I thank you. To Bob, I got a funny salute for you, but got it for you nonetheless, no cover. But you have been a consummate leader. And every time I came to you, you were straightforward, as I would have expected you to be, as Navy to Navy, and you gave guidance that proved to be the best course of action. I thank you for that tremendously. To Julie, you and I have known each other longer than I have the other board members because of your influence at Meade. I thank you for your consistency on being whom you are, the mom that you were, the advice that you gave, and the support that you always rendered. Thank you for that. To Eric, my perpetual second, there were times early on where I did not get seconded, and you took the time to contact me and let me know that that would never happen again. That even if you didn't agree with me, you would always be my second. Thank you for that. That it goes a long way to know that you have that a person has such support, especially starting out. And then I piggyback on what Ms. Ellis said about you. You are an incredible single parent and an example, especially to fathers. I thank you for your dedication and your leadership and that influence. And I assure you, your sons would thank you one day as mine has. And then finally, Terry, you need to write these jokes down, record them or something, because I got a feeling I'll need them over the next 4 years. You have been an incredible leader. You have been incredible, Terry. And without you, many a days, I really think that you were my angel in disguise, because I could not have gotten this far without you. For all of you, I pray for your families and for your continued success. And as so many other board members have said, this is not the end. We have work to do in Anne Arundel County, and leadership like yours cannot just go away. So I look forward to working with you guys in the future. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. I'm going to be brief, but sincere. I was fortunate enough to have met all four of you prior to my service on the board, and I've had the fortune of working with each and every single one of you on so many different ways to accomplish so many great things over the years. But I always believe in learning from the best, and truly we have been blessed with the best in each one of you. All four of you brought so much mentorship, support, and understanding, and your heart for the students is unwavering. This is not a job for money, fame, or fortune. We're people who care deeply about the education of students and care deeply about our ACPS family. And so I don't think this is goodbye. I know each one of you are going to take on a new chapter, and in each your own path, well support our community in a variety of different ways. So it's hopefully not goodbye, but definitely, you know, I really did. I just like Melissa was saying, I had hoped for one more opportunity for face-to-face, for all of us to be able to sit together. That was not in the game plan, but I know there will come a day where we'll be able to do that again, and have some really great memories together along the way. How each one of you worked so well together and made a difference each and every single day. I just, words cannot adequately thank all of you, but I know that in your heart, please know that what you did has made such a huge impact. Just like Miss Antoine was saying, you know, my daughter is very successful at UMD, joining the ranks of Miss Rita and Miss Josie there and others. And it's because of the product of your hard work. And going through and coming into this new just 2 years ago with Bob and the others has been an experience like none other. So I know all of you will continue to be successful, to continue to be engaged, and it's definitely not goodbye. So at this time, I'm going to ask each of you if you want to say a few words. But before we do that, Dr. Arlotto, is there anything that you wanted to share with our outgoing members?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's really difficult, of course, to follow all those comments of your colleagues, but to the four board members, Mr. Gilliland, Mr. Lai, Mr. Grant, and Ms. Hummer, thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your passion and dedication and commitment to public education, because public education is important. What I can say separate from your colleagues is that you have made me a better educational leader. I'm a better superintendent because of your work, because of me watching you, because of you challenging me and the school system to be better every day. And I thank you for that. You have heard me say many times in public in the past that it's about impact. Each one of the four of you have had an impact, and that's important. And so, again, I thank you for your service and your dedication to public education, and I look forward to our friendships in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Starting Ms. Hummer, with Ms. Hummer.
I'm going to actually take a point of privilege as the longest serving board member and ask that I go last.
Your privilege has been granted, Ms. Hummer. Most certainly. Mr. Grannon?
Yes, thank you, President Corco. I'm going to step into another room so you all don't hear ET in the background, which is kind of babysit my sons as I take a moment to speak. I'll try to be brief. I'll just say at the outset, first, I'm grateful for the opportunity to have served, and I thank Governor Hogan for the nomination and appointment. I've certainly learned a lot, and I look forward to remaining engaged as the parent of two kids at Davidsonville Elementary. I think we've seen a lot of changes in the board since 2016 when I joined. I'm happy and gratified to be basically exiting stage right as the board is at the height of its powers, both on budgetary and policy matters. And I know my remaining fellow board members, Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Ellis, Ms. Antoine, Ms. Schellheim, and Mr. Smith will only take the board further in advocating for our students, who are the, clearly the most important constituents for this board. And I guess maybe just third and finally, I'll say that, as the saying goes, never let a crisis go to waste. And as hard as the pandemic has been on our students, families, and staff, and I see that firsthand every day, I'm confident that AACPS is going to come out of the pandemic stronger, and more effective in its mission. And I mean that literally, not figuratively. And I would point to the virtual parent-teacher conferences and improved educational connectivity for all families as just two examples of the lasting improvements that we'll see going forward. With that, I'll just say thanks to Dr. Arlato and his team for all the support over the years, even on matters that they might not have agreed with, which is really vital. And for any students who are out there listening, I just want to say, I know this is a hard time, but we'll get through this. And even the pandemic aside, for all of you, whatever is your circumstances that you're born into, don't control or dictate your fate. I'm a high school dropout that grew up on welfare, and I think having that view from an early age in life has really helped me. So I'll say thank you and pass it back to you, Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Next is Mr. Gilland.
Thank you, Madam President. I was doing fine until I saw Carolyn. I think that, quite frankly, Carolyn and Jacob, the comments from Josie and Rita, that did it for me. And Drake, thank you. I want to just comment on those departing with me for a moment. Bob, I've known you the longest. It's almost like, Scarecrow, I'm going to miss you the most. But, here's the part of the program now where we don't know what he's going to say. And I'm like Ron Burgundy. I read what's in front of me. And if I don't have anything in front of me, God help us all. But Bob, I met you when I was the student board member. And, I think it was mid-year. And just about every board meeting when my mind would drift away and I'd start thinking of different things, I would look at you and sometimes wonder if we had met sooner and I had a full senior year with you, or even, prior to that, and I had a ticket to the Naval Academy and I opted not to do it because I was afraid of weekend restrictions and what that would mean for me. And I ended up at Loyola and I've done okay, but I just wonder what if. And you are a true leader. I respect the heck out of you. And I look forward to seeing you next fall when we are allowed to tailgate again. And I can proudly stand next to you and say, go Navy, beat Army. To Eric, this is our second board together. At this rate, probably not our last. But it was a privilege serving with you on the Anne Arundel Workforce Development Board prior to this board. And, I love the fact that we were both Romney delegates. I guess that was back in 2012. And we had a good time in Tampa. And again, I'll leave it at that. We had a good time in Tampa. But, when you're sitting as president of this board, and I know Julie can attest to this and Michelle can attest to this, you never know what a member is going to say or do sometimes. And, I would just look over at you and I knew a friendly amendment was coming. I started calling you Mr. Friendly Amendment, and you made it challenging for me at times, but I loved every minute because, we just laughed a lot together. And I look forward to getting together with you again socially and having fun. Julie, when I joined the board, you were so welcoming to me. And, I remember going to things as a new member and trying to, find my place. And you were at everything. And I just remember one day, you're going to remember the event. I know Michelle was there in another capacity, but it was a rainy Saturday. I was driving all the way down to Southern High School for an event. And, as I'm driving, I said, there's no way Julie's going to be there. I'm going to be the only board member there. And I walk in and you're there. And I said, good Lord, she's everywhere. But I would say two things. One is, I will never forget, I lost my mom December 23rd, and back in 16. And the next morning, Christmas Eve, you were at my house with breakfast. And that meant a lot to Emily and me. And we'll never forget that. The other thing that I would say that just I think transcends our time together on the board and the work we did together and the fun we had. I look at you as a mom of 5 and 4 sons. 3 are Eagle Scouts, and 1 is on the path to become an Eagle. And your daughter, Beckett, of course, my Eagle Scout brothers, I don't know as well as I know Beckett, just because I've seen Beckett so involved and engaged in CRAST. And I just say, wow. I look at the leader she's becoming. I've seen her grow from a little girl into the young woman that she is today. And, I hope my daughter ends up like that. And, that says a lot about what you and John do as a parent. So to my 4 departing colleagues, thank you. And Bob, I know somebody beat me to it. Candace, thank you for that. But I was going to say bravo Zulu to you as well, because you've said that so much to me and to others. As to everybody else, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues as a whole. The prior board, when I joined, Stacy Korbelak was president, Patty Nally was vice president, and when Maria and I joined the board, it was not without controversy, some might remember. And yet they were so welcoming, as was the whole board. And they said, what can we do to help? What is it that you want to do and how can we help you? And they did. And it was so genuine. I appreciate that. And Teresa Burge lent her expertise to me and taught me a lot about the budget. And, I felt like I had a strong command of the budget, but that was really due to Teresa and the insight and time that she shared with me. So I appreciate that. To this current board, we've had a lot of fun. It was an honor serving alongside you, the year that I was president. I was so glad I was president last year, not this year, because I have no idea how I would have been on Zoom this year. So Michelle, kudos to you for your patience, because I think I would have been at wit's end. But thank you to all of you. Even when we disagreed, I think as a deliberative board, deliberative body, we're supposed to have those disagreements, and we should, those healthy tensions. But we were able to step back and sometimes look at the big picture and figure out how best to get there. And when we had those harsh disagreements and even at times arguments, we were able to end, sort of put a period on that sentence and begin a new one with laughter. And I've always respected that. I wish those remaining very, very well. It was very surreal leaving in 1995. Right, 1995 was the year put some context to it. Braveheart won the Academy Award that year, and Mel Gibson, Best Actor, all of that, and to go to college, grad school, start working, and then to come back 20 years later as an adult board member. It's a surreal experience, but what I've enjoyed about this time around is serving with the student board members. And being very glad that I didn't have to run against you, Drake, because I wouldn't have been the student board member. We would have given some great speeches, though. But in any event, the talent that we've seen from our student board members says to me that our future is bright. Drake and others who've been here over the last few years are true leaders, and I'm looking forward to what you will be doing in the future, Drake. I think we all are. Dr. Arlotto, I'm not going to single out your staff because inevitably I'll forget somebody and then kick myself forever for forgetting. But I'll just say, Dr. Arlotto, you and your senior leadership team, your senior staff have been amazing. The work that you do day and night. I get emails from Bob Mosier at 4 a.m. I mean, and like the guy doesn't sleep, snow days or not. But, your team does a tremendous amount of work that's not always recognized, but we know what's happening as board members behind the scenes. And I really think you've made this school system better. I'm privileged in my day job, so to speak, that I get to work with other superintendents around the state. And none of them, and this is not a slight against them, but none of them meet with board members regularly. And, for you to go out of your way and meet with board members once a month for an hour, board president once a week, that says a lot about your willingness to hear us, even when we don't agree. But I appreciate that open door that you've had, and you've made me a better board member. And then even when we've had some intense conversations about education as a whole, academia even, I think you've made me a better educator. I appreciate that, and I look forward, I guess I'm allowed to say it, but I look forward to having a Guinness with you at some point in the future. To the school-based staff, I looked at my calendar briefly over Thanksgiving weekend, and historically, and I was in schools about 20 to 25 times a year. I got a write-off this last year for obvious reasons. So that's about 100 trips into a school as a board member. And so many principals welcomed me. And then teachers who invited me into their classrooms. I am so thankful for those opportunities. It was usually after graduation speeches, I'd get invited to classrooms to speak to students, and I'd have teachers say to the juniors and sophomores what you said to the seniors. And I just enjoyed that time. To others, Diane and Jackie, you are just amazing. Again, the work that you do behind the scenes. Molly Connolly before you. Walt Federowitz, most people don't know what the heck you do. I don't even know that I know what the heck you do, but I know you and your team contribute a heck of a lot to the school system, and you're the eyes and ears for the board when we need those, and I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing you next Memorial Day. And next to Bob Leib, the person I've known the longest is Darren Burns, our board counsel. He was Dr. Parham's staff counsel when I was student board member, and Darren, I know the board has always appreciated what you do. You're on camera for this now. I've got to make it good. But, I know Michelle and Julie will also know, and Melissa next. Board president is constantly on the phone with our attorney. And what you did for me, and I know what you've done for Michelle and Julie, I don't have adequate words for it. But thank you so much. I'm glad, because of attorney-client privilege, much of what we've done and said together stays between you and me. But you really are a can of corn. So I look forward to crossing paths with you again. You're a good friend, and look forward to connecting. Last, people are asking what's next. What's next for me immediately is just to spend time with family. My wife and daughter, they are my world and my life. And I'm looking forward to spending more time with them. People have said, Terry, shouldn't you be home more? Doesn't your wife want you home more? And I'm like, would you want me home with you more? But I will be home now a little bit more, and look forward to that. And lastly, if I may, Madam President, just a moment of personal privilege, part 2, I guess, 2.0. My biggest cheerleader for the last 25 or so years has been a man named Robert Silkworth. He was my French teacher in high school, for those who don't know. And I wouldn't be on the board if it wasn't for him. He and I met with Bill Jones and Emily Brandenburg and others when I was seeking the appointment from Governor Hogan. Went through the nomination process, and Mr. Silkworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude, but I also can't say thank you enough for what you've done for me professionally. You taught me French, but you also taught me a passion for languages. And then decades would go by, and then I'm leading a multilingual curriculum development team for the largest educational provider in the world. And I'm traveling the world. I'm creating degree programs in French and Spanish, and that's because of Mr. Silkworth back in my teen years. And the last thing I'll just say about him, I was in Paris during the attacks 5 years ago, that Friday the 13th, and I got off the phone with an 8-month pregnant wife, let her know I was okay, and then the next phone call that came from me was Mr. Silkworth saying, "Are you okay?" I don't know if he was calling me to see if I was okay, or if he was concerned my French wasn't adequate to get me through that. But this school system is going to be way better off because you're joining the board, and I look forward to the work that you, as well as the other new board members and the continuing board members do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Ms. Hummer.
No, Mr. Live.
I'm sorry, Mr. Live. I don't have, when we switch platforms, I don't have my little cheat list that goes in the right order. So
That's fine.
Not forgotten, most certainly.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Michelle, Melissa, Eric, Dana, Candace, Terry, Julie, Drake, Rita, and Josie. I thank you from the depth of my heart for your understanding, your friendship, and tolerance, and truly listening to my points of view for these past 2 years. As the day progressed, I had some thoughts come into my mind, which you know me, I like short meetings. But I thought, I've been associated with Anne Arundel County Public Schools now for 25 years. And that sort of came home to me today. 25 years. And so my perspective was a little lengthier than some. I look back to 1995, and I believe then, as I believe today, that we have an amazing school system in Anne Arundel County. We have an amazing school system that's had some pretty darn good leaders that have been the right people at the right time. We had Carol Parham back in 1995. Carol rebuilt the trust and confidence of our community in the wake of the Ron Price scandal. She brought Anne Arundel County Public Schools into the digital age with the Advanced School Automation Project and the Technology Refresh Program, which we still have today. And very significantly, she hired both myself and Darren Burns. So she is a really great judge of character, from my point of view. When Carol retired, Ken Lawson, a true gentleman, became acting superintendent. He is a lifelong Anne Arundel County Public School educator that many listening tonight, I'm sure, still have fond memories of. And he earned the total trust and respect of all AACPS employees. A scholarship in his name is still awarded every year to a deserving Anne Arundel County Public School graduate today. Following Ken was Eric Smith. Eric was a pioneer in K-12 education, in my humble opinion. Laser focused on achievement and getting students to read as early as possible. He introduced our school system to the International Baccalaureate program, which thrives today in almost every feeder system. He publicly recognized, for the first time, the achievement gap in our county. And he collaborated with the Anne Arundel County NAACP and the United States Office of Civil Rights to reach the November 2005 mediated agreement. He was followed by Kevin Maxwell. And I interacted with Kevin as the Anne Arundel County government's education liaison. Kevin expanded the IB program into the middle and elementary schools. And he instituted the signature programs that are thriving in our high schools today. And now in this time, in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, we've got George Arlotto. George reinvigorated our strategic plan. He made it really a living, thriving, and breathing document. He adopted the goal with his staff and everyone around him and community involvement to not only reduce, but eliminate the opportunity gap. And if you think about that, that's quite an amazing chunk to try and bite off. He also convened the Mental Health Task Force, instituted the Let's Talk Justice Student Forum. And all this is going on in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I believe we've had the right leaders in these positions throughout the years in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Now, I'm not going to attempt tonight to thank the many individuals and staff members who have supported me in my 2 years, because I'm sure I'd miss somebody, because I needed a lot of help and a lot of people stepped forward and joined me. But from school secretaries to bus drivers to custodians, the professional staff and teachers, in my experience, Anne Arundel County Public Schools staff truly love our students, and they pour their hearts and souls into supporting them. As my daughter has said to me, who has 2 students in the school system, what a difference an amazing teacher makes. The boys have so many this year. So I've truly enjoyed my time in the Board of Education. It's been a great challenge, one I've really enjoyed going after. I truly believe that Anne Arundel County Public Schools' best days are yet to come. And I urge my colleagues who are continuing this challenge into the future, please do not hesitate. Do not back down, but work as hard as you can. Get our students back in the classroom as soon as humanly possible. We need them back in school. Thank you for a great 2 years, and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lod. Ms. Hummer?
Go. Well, first, Mr. Live, it has been just a wonderful experience to serve with you. Your knowledge that came in has been such an asset to this school system. And you and I have had long talks about different things, and we were always able to find the common ground of what was best for students and had that at the heart. And so I am just so happy that we serve together, and I value our relationship, and I hope that we will stay in touch, because it was a great experience to serve with you. Mr. Gilliland, we have spent endless hours on the phone late at night hashing out things over the past 5 years. And again, we usually, most of the time, we're able to find common ground on things and work things through. And I value our friendship, and I know that that will continue afterwards. So thank you very much for that. And we will all go out and celebrate together afterwards. sometime when we can all get together, hopefully without a mask someday. So now for my time, first I need to thank the Hummer Horde. When I took on this role 5.5 years ago, we took this on as a family. And we all knew that this would take time away from each other. And all of us agreed that this would be a service we could and would give as a family. At that time, I had children in elementary, middle, and high school. And now I have middle school, high school, and college students. They have grown up watching and learning about education and caring for all children. And I'm so grateful for their generosity and understanding of the time that I have given to this position. So my utmost love and thanks to my husband, John, and my children, Jack, Eric, Ben, Beckett, and Joseph. There are many things I will miss as I transition away from the board. Visiting schools and seeing our amazing staff and students in action has always been my favorite part of the job. And one of my biggest regrets is that I didn't make it to every school before the end of my term. I only had a few left. They were already scheduled, and then the shutdown occurred. So Dr. Arlotto, when schools reopen, I will be requesting a few post-term visits. I will miss the camaraderie that I shared with so many of my board colleagues and the shared focus on doing what was best for children. I served with over 20 board members, the vast majority of whom were committed to service rather than personal accolades. And working together, we have made the school system stronger. I will miss the families who have educated me and challenged me and held me accountable to truly focusing on all children, especially our most vulnerable. I will miss the amazing staff that populates AACPS and works tirelessly to keep this giant system running.
We'll pause for a second to see if Ms. Hummer is able to rejoin. Oh, darn.
There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. We just had a computer glitch at our house. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now,
Okay, I'm
Julie.
sorry.
Please take your time and
We get the
no
full
worries.
experience of virtual right here.
Yes.
So,
Virtual in all its glory.
So let me get back. So I will miss the amazing staff that populates AACPS and works tirelessly to keep this giant system running for children every day. When I think of our schools, I think of the food and nutrition workers handing out school meals, rain or shine, throughout this shutdown, always with a smile. I think of the custodian tying a child's shoe the first day of school. I think of the hundreds of teachers my own children have had over the past 15 years and the amazingly creative lessons and opportunities they have given. I think of the facilities team who are always designing, planning, and building. And I think of the budget and purchasing people who the public doesn't see, but who make sure the lights are on and the toilet paper is on hand and every dollar is spent well. I think of the staff at central office who are constantly challenging themselves and each other to find new, different, innovative ways to reach every child and offer more opportunities to our students. I cannot list you all by name, but I cannot thank you all enough for what you do for children every day. You have made and continue to make a difference in my children's lives and countless others, and I so appreciate you all. I will always say that AACPS has the most talented and caring staff in the state of Maryland. And most of all, I will miss the children who never fail to make me smile and laugh and be amazed by their creativity and insight. On one of my very first school visits, I was chatting with a little first grader, and she looked at me and said, "You sound like a cowgirl." And so I started right off the bat with the pure joy that comes from serving children. I'm proud of the many initiatives I've been a part of creating and building, especially our nationally recognized work on providing equity for all students. And I urge the new and continuing board members to continue that work and keep equity at the forefront of all decisions. Remember, while you are elected from a specific district, your constituents are all the 85,000 students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Keep them as your focus and driving force, and you will be able to leave the board knowing you did your job well. So thank you for this opportunity. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I will cherish it.
Thank you all so very much. Regrettably, we do have business to conduct, so at this point, I would normally call for a stand, we'd all stand up and applause, but I think we can still do it virtually with our hands, hopefully. Certainly. Thank you all so very much once again. But we do have a business meeting to finish off here, albeit the final one for the four of you. And so next is item 3, our public comment. And we have one individual signed up this evening for item 4.04, the transportation report. And joining us this evening for testimony is Miss Janet Norman. Miss Norman.
Trying, here we go. Okay, can everyone hear me okay? All right, thank you. My name is Janet Norman, and I'm a Annapolis High parent and PTA president of the Annapolis High PTSA. Longtime observer of the board. I signed up to talk about your transportation update because at the previous meetings of mid-October and November 4th, the Board of Ed members had asked for a summary of the implementation measures done under the Prismatic Transportation report that outlined 27 different measures and recommendations they said the school system really needed. And you board paid for this, the taxpayers paid for this expertise and consulting. And the Annapolis High PTSA requested an update of what the board members had been presented. We requested that, I believe, on November 18th, after the board requested it on November 4th, and we were told it has still not been given to the board. So on November 28th, we received that. So I'm asking that you all require the administration to be accountable to all of us, to you board members and to us taxpayers, for the information of what they're actually doing to implement these needed measures. It's not enough to have a transportation summary report that shows how the bus is going to be loaded from the back to the front. And that was all you were given in a previous meeting. And I'm asking that you actually demand accountability for what we have all paid for and the functioning system we need. We have military families that come to Annapolis High, and they're just floored from having lived in other areas that our transportation system is not functional. It doesn't serve our underprivileged communities that don't have the resources to get to school on their own. It's been a long time priority of the Annapolis Education Commission each year that a dysfunctional transportation system is holding our students back from achieving what they could. So I'm asking you board members to require the administration to be answering all our questions and showing us that they are spending our $1.17 billion efficiently and effectively.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Howe, if you could please provide the board with report on comments, written comments received, both for agenda and non-agenda items.
Yes, ma'am. We received 4 comments in written form, 3 for item 6.02, 1 for item 4.04, and they will be posted to the website. I believe they're there already, actually.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Next is section 4, our departmental reports. And first joining us this evening for item 4.01, the safety and security report, is Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson?
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. The Office of School Security engages in continued staff development, including a recent leadership presentation for aspiring assistant principals. Our Office of School Security team continues to participate in monthly Maryland Center for School Safety, Security Directors Conference calls, as well as the quarterly MABE Security Directors meeting to collaborate with security directors throughout the state regarding emergent issues and promising practices. We continue to work with law enforcement and fire investigators to assist with investigations involving Anne Arundel County Public School property. Most recently, we served as a liaison to the governor's office and the Maryland State Police Security Detail at Annapolis High School for the Hardwire Face Shield Donation Press Conference. These face shields will be provided to teachers across the state. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Any questions from board members or comments? I see Ms. Schallheim's hand up. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, thank you as always for your report. I appreciate it. It's more a comment than a question, but I was riveted by the opportunity gap presentation the other night, and I know that there are some recommendations within that apply to safety and security, and I just really look forward to hearing more about which ones will be implemented and when and how. And so I look forward to some detail maybe in a future monthly update, and certainly as an agenda item later on in the spring about that and how that report can serve to make us even better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Any further comments or questions? Seeing no motion of the board, next item is item 4.02, the bullying prevention report. Ms. Jackson.
Good evening again, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing an update on the bullying prevention as requested. The Middle School Bullying Committee continues to support schools in their efforts to promote positive school culture and community. As of November 30th, we have received 20 bullying reports, 15 at the high school level, 7 at the middle school level, and 3 at the elementary level. These bullying reports cover all clusters and are not concentrated in any particular cluster. Of the 10 bias-motivated behavior forms received to date, 6 were at the high school level, 2 at the middle school level, and 2 at the elementary school level. Again, these cover a variety of clusters and have no particular concentration. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Any questions or comments of members? I see Ms. Schallheim's hand up. Ms. Schallheim.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand other than to literally raise my hand in this particular format, so apologies for that. Yeah, I just thank you again. My previous comment also applies to this. I very much look forward to see how the joint initiative to close the opportunity gap recommendations in the report can make us even better as it relates to bullying and bias, and look forward to hearing more about the timeline and which particular ones. And you know, there was a lot in that report for those who are listening at home that are specific to the schools. And you know that if you go through the report, there's little insignias that represent the schools and the community at large and the county. And so the ones, I know we have to wait on others to do some of the things that have to do with the community and the county, but we don't have to wait, thankfully, on the ones that have to do with our school systems specifically. And it's so important. And thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And as for the public, many of those recommendations are things that we can actually continue as a school system. So the work of eliminating the opportunity gap is not dependent upon the report, but essentially the everyday work that our students engage in under direction of our teachers, our staff, as well as those at central office. And so we will continue to work on those areas that have been outlined in the Opportunity Gap Report, as well as those things that we know are best practices from our experience as educators. Thank you.
Absolutely. You all do wonderful work. This is just going to make us even better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I see Mr. Smith's hand up. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, President Corrido. Hi, Ms. Jackson. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Yes, thank you. You as well.
Could you just repeat the bullying report numbers? It was 15 for high school. You said 7 for middle school?
And 3 at the elementary school. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I missed the elementary school one. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions of the board? Seeing none, next item is our item 4.03, Diversity and Inclusion Report. And joining us this evening is Dr. Gillens. Dr. Gillens.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools and elevating all students and eliminating all gaps. We are excited about continuing the dialogue around equity, social justice, anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion. I will provide you with an update on a few ways we are achieving this goal. The December 9th early dismissal modules will focus on taking a deeper dive in defining and differentiating anti-racist terminology such as diversity, equity, inclusion, racism, anti-racism, and social justice. Each module will offer additional opportunities for norming or level setting of these and other terms. Specifically, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion module will explore how equity issues show up in our daily work. The Social Justice module will explore the skills needed to apply the tenets of social justice to current practice. The Anti-Bias, Anti-Racism module will explore how racism and bias impact opportunities for student success in school and in society. Participants will also develop anti-bias, anti-racist action plans to address bias and racism in their sphere of influence. I'm excited to announce the continuation of the partnership with Human Resources in facilitating diversity and inclusion activities at central office. These activities intentionally coincide with the Project Unity dates to help reinforce the importance of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion on the part of everyone throughout our school system. This year's diversity and inclusion activities will focus on defining implicit bias, understanding the impact of implicit bias, and strategies for mitigating implicit bias. I will now transition to briefly discussing the joint initiative to eliminate the opportunity gap report. I would like to extend a huge thank you to those who contributed to the recommendations made to move Anne Arundel County toward eliminating opportunity gaps. On Monday, November 30th at 6:30 p.m., Superintendent Dr. Arlotto, County Executive Stuart Pittman, and the leaders of the joint initiative to eliminate the Opportunity Gap Committee discussed the committee's findings and next steps. To date, there have been approximately 471 views of the video from Monday night. If you did not have an opportunity to watch the video or read the report, both can be accessed at www.aacps.org/close the gap. That would be CLOSETHEGAP. The community will have until December 7th to provide input regarding the report by going to www.aacps.org/close the gap. The team is planning to present the report to the County Council and School Board of Education in January. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gillens. I'm definitely looking forward to that. We do have a hand or two up. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you as always for your report. Mrs. Jackson and I was able to talk about her Thanksgiving offline, and so I just wanted to, I hope that you had a wonderful Thanksgiving as well. And I had a question for you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for letting us know that we're going to get another opportunity to hear the presentation in January. That makes me very happy. The report is fabulous. Thank you for everyone who was involved in it. I read it soup to nuts twice. So my question was about the modules coming up and who will be participating. Is that all teachers, I assume?
Yeah, good question. So the modules for December 9th, that's the early dismissal day. So that's one of how we use our Wednesday. So that's one of the 4 early dismissal days built into the schedule. So that takes place from 1 to 4. And these are school-based, all school-based staff, teachers, principals, school counselors, PPWs, and also central office personnel. They also attend, they assign themselves to a school. So they can also participate in the learning. And it's school choice for the different modules. There are 3 different options that they can choose from, so they can dig deeper into the terminology that I named from October's PD. So for October's PD, we covered all the terminology. Definitely school team said we want to dig deeper. So we're giving choice as to what terms schools feel based on their data, that where they want to really focus their energy around. So we're really excited about having those options for December 9th.
That's awesome. And that's on a Wednesday, right?
Correct.
So can I just ask a logistical question then?
Sure.
Do schools in elementary school, do they still go to 11:15 or on that day? Because it's already like a brief day virtually anyway, or is it a normal brief day and then the teachers go off and do what they got to do with the school staff?
Great question. I don't know, hindsight, I guess forward thinking happened here. It just so happened that all of our early dismissal days fell on a Wednesday, which meant we did not have to do anything with the bell schedule. So nothing has been adjusted. So students are not impacted by the early dismissal on Wednesday from that 1 to 4. Teachers still get their planning time, they get lunch, and then they start in on the early dismissal module. So great question. So there's no adjustments to student schedules. Nope.
Perfect. Thank you. I just know that question's going to, as a result of, anyway. So thank you for that. And the last thing I just want to say is all these modules and everything that you've ever described that goes on in a PD day sounds incredible to me. And it would be great if at some point, and to, I don't know, participate in some way, like I would love to. So I don't know if that's possible. I don't want to step on any toes or, be like a fly on the wall, but I would just love to. So I don't know. People are laughing at me.
Well,
it's cool.
No, it's a good question.
I'm not
That's a good
laughing.
question. It's a good question.
That is an excellent question, and Ms. Schulheim, I'm not laughing at you.
Okay.
There has been discussion on that recently, and we've just added it to our closed session agenda for December the 16th.
Whoa.
So
that was like a Friday the 13th kind of.
It was a very deja vu moment for me.
Great. All right. Cool. So, I mean, we're doing this tonight. That's great. Then that's it. That's all I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Boy, that's uncanny. Well, good way to introduce it. Most certainly. Any other questions of board members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so very much. As always, a pleasure. Next item is 4.04, the transportation report. And joining us this evening to present is Alex Chiknovich.
Good evening, Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to provide a board an update on 4 quick points relative to transportation. First, while it was unfortunate that the current health matrix precluded our abilities to provide transportation services to our youngsters at the developmental centers and at CAT centers temporarily, that has not been true of our non-publics. The non-public arena is active, albeit dynamic, and that's what I want to elaborate upon. They have had to, like many, wrestle with COVID and health-related directives and edicts and situations specific to schools. So our transportation department and our special ed department, specifically the non-public office under Ms. Michelle Batten's leadership, has been in constant communication with the non-publics and with the families, and literally been making adjustments on a day-to-day basis regarding transporting the students depending on what the specific modality is at that school. So it is a truly dynamic, boots on the ground, phone to the ear situation. But our transportation department has been doing yeoman's work, again, in partnership with the special ed department and the alternative ed department to support our youngsters and ensure that they get to school on the days that those non-publics are operating. The second item that I'm very pleased to report is we have essentially completed our navigation through the Department of Motor Vehicles process as it relates to bus inspections, titles, and registrations. Like many governmental agencies, or if you yourself may have tried to conduct some business at the Department of Motor Vehicles, there were no in-person appointments. You couldn't do walk-ins. You couldn't do many of the routine things, and some extensions were granted in terms of some of the paperwork and logistics regarding vehicles. That was lifted temporarily and remained lifted until just recently, when some of the health indices caused a curtailment. But in that window, we processed a record number of buses through the inspection portal and made sure that our titles for both buses that are being decommissioned and newly acquired buses were all processed, so that the registration, titling, and inspections are all complete, and thus enabling our buses to remain roadworthy. The third piece is our hiring activities. As you may recall, that we had previously successfully recruited for, vetted, and onboarded 2 of the transportation positions, that being the GIS administrator and the lead bus driver. However, we had faced some challenges with the routing positions. And through the course of now a second round of interviews, we've arrived at 3 selections. Those candidates, the selections for the candidates have been passed along to our human resource experts, and they're going through the vetting, the background checking, and the onboarding process. We very much look forward to the 3 candidates being successful and being green lighted to join our transportation department and be able to be brought into the team to begin their learning process in terms of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the transportation system in general, the software, obviously. I will say that learning curve will take a little bit. They do not bring with them a tremendous wealth of school-based experience, but they are very talented individuals that I believe can very rapidly ascend that learning curve. And finally, we're looking forward to the upcoming workshop that the board has established in a week and a half's time. Ms. Howe and Mr. Fedowitz assisted us in uploading some information for the board as recently as today to begin aiding in some of the preparatory work for that. So I appreciate Ms. Howe and Mr. Fedowitz's efforts on that part. And with that, I'll cede the floor and entertain any questions you and your colleagues might have, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich. President Corkadell had to step away. Ms. Antwine? Not hearing you. Are you still?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My apologies. If you're okay with it, Vice President Ellis, I'll yield the floor because I have something that covers all 4 reports to Ms. Schallheim.
Absolutely. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you. First, I hope you had a wonderful and hopefully uneventful and quiet Thanksgiving break, Mr. Sheknovich. It's good to see you. I have some comments to state. So one of the things that leapt right out at me during the other night's first presentation of the joint initiative to close the opportunity gap is transportation's role in that. Really truly stood out to me. And so, like I've stated with some of the other departmental reports tonight, I very, very much look forward to hearing about how we're going to use some of those recommendations and even some of the things mentioned in public comment to further close the gap. And so I just want to put that into the universe. It's on my radar, front and center. So I look forward to hearing from you and from Dr. Arlotto and others about how we can take some of those recommendations as it applies to transportation, some of the comments that were made the other night during public testimony, and really put them to work and make what we have even better. I am delighted to hear about the hires and the onboarding of those positions. Thank you for that update. And I want to reiterate what I've requested in the past. I know that the board's going to get this in due course, but tonight's public testimony stood out to me because I have requested knowing during a public meeting how the prismatic report is going to be implemented. I'm sure we're going to get some information in the upcoming workshop, but I think it's important to do all this in the open. We paid for that report with taxpayer dollars. We had the prismatic workshop literally seconds before we shut in March, and then I just think it's important to continue these conversations in the public arena during a public meeting. And so I look forward to that. I'm sure I know I will be asking questions again and again in the public, and so it would just be great to maybe get that as a agenda item if we're not going to cover all of that in the upcoming workshop. So I'll put that into the universe. I think it's really important for us to know what's gone on since March in the department, especially when other things were shuttered, and to know what we have left to do, especially those items that are not big budget items. I realize that some of that stuff in that report, if I recall, are quite large ticket items, but there was a lot of low-hanging fruit there. So I look forward to hearing more about that. And that's all I have for this particular agenda item. I have questions for you later on in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Vice President Ellis. This is a comment of gratitude to Dr. Arlotto, Dr. Gillen, Ms. Jackson, and Mr. Shagnovich, and others who have presented these monthly reports as we end 2020. This has been an incredible year, and your reports have been thorough. They have, whether you could have been quite shallow with it, especially with your engagement in the midst of crisis and COVID. You chose to continue to focus on what was best for the school system. The reports that came out of your work, as well as the results of your work, as Ms. Jackson pointed out, this is more than writing up information, but it's about implementation and ensuring that it's happening. I appreciate also Ms. Schalheim, who has emphasized that we not allow this work to go to the wayside. We as the Board of Education have a responsibility to the work that the staff is doing. And I ask that my fellow board members work with me and the school system to ensure that that Dr. Arlotto and those under him have the resources and support they need to carry this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay, great. So that closes the departmental reports. Moving on to section 5, consent items, award of contracts.
I move to bundle these items. 5.01 to 5.03.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
A second from Mr. Smith.
Okay. It's been a motion and a second to bundle items 5.01 through 5.03. Do I have any dissent? So it appears all board members consent to bundling. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Vice President, I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01, 5.02, and 5.03.
So moved.
I already did that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I had to step away for a second. My apologies. We do have a motion, a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. Next is section 6, the review items. Item 6.01 are awards of contracts. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. The contracts are before you in your board book for this evening's meeting. There is no presentation, but we do have staff available to answer questions regarding any of the contracts.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of board members? Seeing none. Next item is 6.02, the 2020-2021 reopening plan update. Dr. Arlotto, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'll be fairly brief this evening to share some information as we continue our planning for the reopening of school. As you know, our date is Monday, February 1, the beginning of the second semester, when we hope to begin to bring students back to schools. Regarding technology, there are no changes to the numbers that were shared 2 weeks ago at our last meeting. While we are anticipating 2 large shipments this week, they have not yet arrived, so I'm not counting those chickens before they've hatched. So when they do arrive, I'll add them to the numbers and share them with the board accordingly. As you know, we continue to work with the families of our students in our developmental centers and supporting those students so they can grow in their mask wearing stamina, so that when we are able to bring back individual and small groups of students back to our buildings, when the case rates begin to drop, that they are ready for the eventual return to school by practicing and wearing their masks and building that stamina. So we've got staff that are reaching out to families and working with students and families to begin or to the ongoing building of that mask wearing stamina. Regarding our planning committees, we are looking for broader input with regard to our 14 planning committees as they continue their work to plan for the return of students and staff, as I said, beginning on February 1. We have received teacher names from TAC, our negotiated unit with our teachers, and have seated those additional teachers on some of the 14 future planning committees. We've asked for additional membership from several of the other bargaining units as well. We are putting together 3 teacher feedback committees with teachers from all levels and all clusters and the special schools. We will use these committees to give us feedback on schedule and program changes moving forward. Likewise, we are building 3 parent feedback committees, one each for elementary, middle, and high school levels. That will include parents from every cluster and the special schools. And if you were not aware, we have launched an elementary mathematics family support sessions for families of elementary students on Tuesday and Thursday evenings from 6 to 8 p.m. Families can learn how math is being taught in to their students from AACPS teachers who are able to explain the math and how best to support students participating or practicing, their math at home. There are primary and intermediate Google Meet sessions available in both English and Spanish. Program flyers have gone out to principals, and information is also posted on the virtual learning website. Lastly, regarding athletics, as you remember, our last conversation about athletics is that the MPSSAA had given us the opportunity to begin in-person athletics beginning next Monday, December 7th. Given that the COVID case rate currently in Anne Arundel County is 30.2, and with the Department of Health's recommendation, we will begin the winter athletics season virtually for those student athletes interested in participating in a specific winter sport. As soon as the COVID metrics allow, we will begin in those winter sports. We'll begin with in-person athletic practices. And so with that, I'm glad to take questions if there are any of the board, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alato.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're going to have several questions, so we'll just go in roll call order, just to make sure we capture everyone. Ms. Hummer, any questions or comments?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you for that update, Dr. Alato. First, in regards to the special education students, last 2 meetings ago, I asked you about the mask alternatives. I guess, have pictures of those been made available to the public yet?
I don't know that they've been made available to the public. No, I don't know that we've posted any pictures of them to the website. I can check with Dr. McMahon.
Okay, yeah. I think that'd be beneficial just for public input for the sake of transparency. But if you could do me a personal favor, you could maybe send me a picture, before the close of this week. I'm just curious at what they look like. We took a few tests in school, and I'm a visual learner. Then about the feedback committees, parents, teachers. So my next question is, where's the student feedback committee? Or is there any plans of having one once we get our plans more put together?
We certainly can. As you know, we are going to be focusing first on elementary school. So getting the elementary feedback's a little bit difficult in terms of what their schedule might look like. But as we get into the secondary schools, I think we'll have that opportunity. Certainly with my teachers at my teen advisory, that will be an opportune group that we can, when we have a high school model and a middle school model roll out, we can start to get their feedback. So we certainly can look at together to give us some feedback on those secondary models.
Okay, great. And so with these feedback committees, the teachers and the parents, how often do you have them planning on meeting?
I don't know. That's a great question. They've not actually had their first meeting yet. We've been working with the Office of School Performance to get the names of teachers. We're also working with the PTAs to get names of parents to serve from various clusters. So we've got several groups of folks that are putting those committees together. I do not believe they've met yet.
Okay. And yeah, oh, sorry. About the sports, we've made a ruling, but I guess the MPSSAA has not made a ruling yet on sports. Or
So the MPSSAA has recognized that the case rates are high across the state. So I can't speak for the MPSSAA. They basically have said publicly that they recognize the case rates are high and that many school systems may very well not begin in person on December 7th as was allowed. But they've not made any ruling about starting or not starting. They're leaving that to the local school systems and their local health officers.
okay. And that concludes my questions. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Dr. Arlotto, you started to answer, you sort of answered my question, which was selection for the parent committees. But so the PTSAs are submitting names. I'm curious how parents have an opportunity to indicate their interest in serving on those committees, or how that works.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I simply don't know the inner workings of how they're going to solicit and who's going to serve. I know that we want to draw different levels, elementary, middle, and high school parents, and we want to draw from each of the clusters in the special schools. I would assume that Jen Lombardi, who does much of our family outreach and works directly with the CAC, the PTAs, the PTOs, and the like, will be engaged in that work to go out and solicit parents that are willing to serve and review some of the work that we are doing, updates to the hybrid learning model and schedules.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, you alluded to, I'm not sure if I understood you correctly, but it sounded like your school system is still planning for the opening of elementary schools prior to the secondary levels. If since this board made a decision to not open schools prior to second semester, are we not working toward a goal of opening all schools at the beginning of second semester, if that's possible?
So we would love to be able to open all the schools. Based on the conversations we're having in the Department of Health right now, that does not appear possible. That they are still, the recommendation at this stage is still that when we do open, we're going to, they are asking us to open in a progressive manner, beginning with the youngest grades first, and then building through elementary school, middle, and high school. Now, if the case rates are at an appropriate level, the metrics are at an appropriate level as we get closer to February 1, we certainly will look at bringing in more students simultaneously. But right now, we have the Department of Health is not giving us the green light to say, go ahead and bring back elementary, middle, and high school.
So I feel like we're kind of going back to some previous questions, but I know the Department of Health, we've asked for their guidance, they've given us their guidance, but if we were back to a place, let's say we were early in the school year, where knowing what we know now perhaps would have been beneficial to bring students in. If we are at a fairly low level the way we were previously, I would hope that we would be opening all of our schools, including secondary schools at that time, beginning a second semester. So it's my hope that we're working towards that goal, and the numbers will dictate at that time what we end up doing. So I do hope we have a plan in place for all grade levels prior to the beginning of second semester.
And that's the reason that we are, so the answer is yes. And that's the reason that we have these advisories at all 3 levels, not just the elementary level.
Okay.
We want to get some feedback on what those schedules can and should look like.
Right. Okay. You mentioned in your answer to Mr. Smith that starting with elementary. So I'm just
that's correct.
Trying to understand that all of the planning is going on for all grade levels.
It is.
Okay.
But I want to be very clear with you and the public that's listening that as of right now, there is not advisement from the Department of Health that we should bring in the older grades. And that's still got to do with the cohorting issue. But we are hopeful. I will always be hopeful that we can bring in more than just the elementary school students beginning in February.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, just quickly, are there any examples of how the virtual athletics might work? I'm just a little, I guess, unclear on that.
Well, so not my area of expertise in this virtual world, Mr. Grannon, but it's a great question. So what I would envision is that coaches are meeting with students. So they can be doing virtual meetings. They could be watching film of their play. They can be breaking down film, offenses, defenses, whatever it might be. The coaches in the virtual environment also give the students some workouts that the students can conduct on their own while they're at home, and the coaches follow up. So it's a way of engaging. It's certainly not the same, of course, as the face-to-face practice, but it's a way of getting the students excited and getting them involved and interacting with their teammates and with their coach, at least in the online world, until we can bring them together in a face-to-face environment.
Okay, thank you. That's actually pretty helpful, and I agree. Not ideal, but certainly better than nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the answers you've given to my colleagues about the feedback committees, but I do want to ask some more questions about that. I want to make sure that we're not just reaching out to PTAs, but PTOs, PTSAs. There's a variety of different formats. I only heard PTAs mentioned specifically, and so will all 3 be reached out to? I want to be sure there's some equity, like, gosh, if you don't have a school with a PTA, are you left in the cold? Is it going to be advertised equally throughout every school and every cluster? So I have some questions about that. Can you enlighten me?
So probably not. I don't think I'm going to be able to enlighten you in terms of, I don't know that we'll advertise to every parent across every cluster equally. If I were to say that, I think that'd be a misstatement. I think we're going to reach out as best we can to get parents that are willing and able to give some of their time to review the schedules and give us some feedback. So no, I don't think that we'll do it equally and that we'll be able to get to every parent across the school system in that way for them to serve on one of these feedback committees. Again, I do know the focus will be at the 3 grade levels and across all clusters in the special schools.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not thrilled by that answer. I think it has to be equitable. I think we need to have a broad range of opinions. I don't think we should go into it thinking like, oh, you might have time, so I'm going to reach out to you and ignore other parents, I think it has to be marketed equally. I think it's critical for it to be marketed equally. I don't presume to understand everyone's point of view on this or everyone's situation. And I think we stand to lose a lot if we don't. And also, conversely, stand to gain a lot if we do, you know, because there might be things that we haven't thought of. And I think it has to be equal. So I would encourage that. Love hearing about the teacher feedback committees. I think that'll go a long way. Heard about the math support. Sounds amazing. Thank you for that. I carried the one myself. Kids don't do that. They have a variety of strategies, none of which I understand. My daughter asks me, and I ask her about the one, carrying it, you know, like you do. But anyway, I'm grateful for that. It's been a while since the early 80s and the way math was taught then. So I imagine that parents will find that very incredibly helpful. I thank you for I had a question similar to Mr. Grannon. So thank you for answering that. You know, I looked at our case rate today and I compared it to the other counties. I think we were 18th of 24, 18th lowest of 24 today, according to the state site. And so I just wondered if we have, I know our health officer is recommending certain things based on our case rate, as we would expect him to, as we would want him to. But I'm just wondering, knowing that we're really low compared to some of the others, at least at the moment, do we have an idea of how other or any other school districts going back in person? Are they all planning this tiered approach with elementary, middle, and high school? Because I'm with Miss Ellis. We all have fatigue from this, and then there's also this data that's floating around out there about, well, it might not be as harmful or as transmissible in younger. I don't know if that's true or not. I have an open mind about this, but I just wondered what other school districts are doing, because I would certainly like to see all levels go back to as I believe we voted on, actually. So can you help me understand? Have you heard anything from your colleagues in other places?
So I think the overall majority of the districts in the state are operating virtually at this time. Carroll County is probably the most notable in terms of bringing students back in a hybrid model. And we have been out to meet with them and review their work and how it's been working. Unfortunately, they have had some increased positivity among the adults. And so they've had to put a fair number of students and adults in quarantine. And so they've had to shut down some clusters and classrooms, I should say cohorts and classrooms. But they have, their model is very similar to ours, but we've sent some folks out to meet with their academic team and review the work that they've done. I think Talbot County is another one that has had a fair number of students in the building, as have Washington County over time.
Okay.
Those are three that come to mind. I know that Garrett County opened up, and they opened up for all students across all schools. I think their case rate has sort of gone through the roof, and they've pulled back to some virtual for now. But they were, and I think there's one more on the Eastern Shore. Worcester is another one that opened up. I want to say maybe they got up to about 60%. That's a guess. About 60% of their students, they've gotten into buildings over time.
Okay. And then, you know, to piggyback on that, I've asked, I think I've mentioned this before to you. I've certainly asked Dr. Kalyana Raman via email this question too, and that's testing. And I know that it's not something we do. We have our finger fully in that pie because it's not something we would administer. It's something they would administer. But I just want to put out again into the universe how important I feel personally, and I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on TV, how important I believe testing would be to help get more students back more regularly, especially if we had a rapid test that was that didn't yield a high false positive or false negative rate. And if we had a robust testing strategy for teachers, for our students at all levels, and regularly, if this was something that was supported not just by our county health officer, but by the state at large, so state, if you're listening, it would be cool if we had not only some guidance on that, but some funding to do that and some support to administer that, so that maybe we can open our doors to all 3 levels and we're able to pick people out that test positive and quarantine them quickly so we don't have a spread, so people can see the inside of buildings. The more I hear about this, the more I just want to put it out there that however it is I can be supportive of this or lobby for this or encourage this, since I know it's not something that we can just be like, all right, we're going to have a testing strategy because we're not in that field. I would be delighted to help, because I think that for me, it's not just the vaccine, which Lord knows, it's the key for us to get more people in buildings more often is it has to be testing, or else, and mask wearing. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if you've heard anything more about that, or if you've talked with the governor at all, or if there's any sort of communication around that. I feel like we're kind of left to our own devices, and that makes me sad. I really hope the state looks at our numbers and thinks that's a good idea.
Well, I and Dr. Kalyana agree that that part of a return to school strategy should include testing, as robust as the county and or state can or willing to support. So as I've stated on a number of occasions to this board and the public, that whatever our county Department of Health is able to do in the testing realm around schools and students and staff, we will support wholeheartedly. So whatever it is that they're able to do, we will support, because it will only contribute to not only us reopening, but remaining open, and that's the key.
Absolutely, because the whiplash is not going to do us any good. I know everyone out there wants to get back to buildings. I want to get back to buildings. Trust me, I do. But you know, to me, it's even more disruptive if we can't do it in a way that doesn't create a lot of whiplash. I don't think anyone wants open shut here and there and wherever. And I mean, that's just going to create inequity too. And then the last thing I wanted to say has to do with vaccines. So, you know, I watch the news, I'm sure we all do. You know, these things are, this is like the last battle I've heard this time period called before a vaccine is rolled out. And I just hope, you know, for whoever's listening out there, that that our teachers are considered in the pecking order of that, especially, you know, because they are essential. And I just hope that they're, I mean, I know it's going to go healthcare workers and elderly and whatever, but I hope teachers is somewhere up there on that list too. I think it's important for their health and safety, and for us all to get back to a post-COVID life. So that's all I had to say.
I would agree on that last point, Ms. Schalheim. In fact, I had that very conversation with Dr. Kalyana Raman this morning.
Great. Wow. So another Friday the 13th psychic sort of moment. That's 2 tonight. That's great.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I know Michelle's nodding a little bit or smiling. Yeah. Now laughing. Good. All right. It's a little levity. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Gilliland. I'm sorry, Miss Antwine. And then Mr. Gilliland. Miss Antwine?
Thank you. Thank you, President Corkadell. Dr. Arlotto, I have a few questions about the reopening. I did not hear the latest and greatest status on the Chromebooks. That doesn't mean you didn't say it. I didn't hear it. And the reason I'm bringing up the Chromebooks again is because I've gotten so many heartbreaking videos of people trying to get the PS5 that couldn't. And I was trying to see if we were still facing some of the same supply and demand woes that others are facing in getting the Chromebooks to us.
So you didn't miss anything there. I stated from the beginning of my report that there were no new Chromebook numbers, no new technology numbers. We are anticipating 2 large shipments this week, but until they actually arrive on pallets here at Riva Road, then we don't count them. But we're hopeful that they'll be delivered this week. Supply chain continues to be an issue. Our distributor is working hard to get our Chromebooks to us as quickly as possible, but we still have about 27,000 that are outstanding, that we're still waiting on delivery.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that one. Then my next question concerns the military families. We have a new commander at Meade, and if I'm right about this, the leadership at the Naval Academy will be moving soon. With those changes, and of course, a new presidential administration, the military focus will change and new engagements will happen, no doubt. Are we engaging at all with the leadership at Fort Meade and Indianapolis, and if we're not, are there plans to engage with them concerning military families and students?
Yes, ma'am. We are constantly in contact with both the Fort Meade leadership as well as Naval Academy. Naval Academy on many different fronts because their MIDs volunteer and do so much work with us. Right. But as you know, there are liaisons that serve both the Navy families as well as the Fort Meade families. We have those liaisons on speed dial. We meet with them regularly. They are part of our regular communications and discussions. I've had the opportunity to meet with the new post commander at Meade. We had a nice sit down, his team and mine. It was appropriately distanced and masked, but we did have an in-person meeting. He is an outstanding individual. And very much, I believe, to be a supporter of us and public schools. And so we are already looking forward to doing work with him and his team.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And then my last question will be concerning the increases in COVID, as well as Governor Hogan this week announced that our youngest fatality of 1 year occurred recently. The child succumbed to COVID. With that said, that does send up some alerts and alarms concerning our youngest learners as well. I wanted to understand how Dr. K was engaging with you in considerations of new discoveries when it comes to COVID. It was understood before that the youngest ones weren't as susceptible as other populations, and now we're having that is changing. So I wanted to understand what, if any, engagement and conversations you've had with Dr. K concerning the possibilities of our younger students being carriers of COVID.
So we've not had any recent conversations, Mrs. Antwine, about specific data and age groups. As you know, when this board and the county council asked Dr. Kalyana Raman to put together metrics to assist in school reopening.
Right.
He put together what I believe he called a scientific advisory board of folks from the University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins, Morgan State, and others, some experts, to help him build the matrix and run models that he has shared with this board. And they are the metrics that this board that we have been following. I talked to him today, and he is putting that scientific advisory back together.
Oh, good.
because things are changing. And not only are the numbers changing, but what we are learning about COVID is changing. And so he is putting that scientific advisory board back together to advise him, to then advise us on school reopening as we work towards that February 1 date. They are going to be convening next week, and he's asked me for the first time to join them next week in that meeting, and I hope to join them into the future as they do their work and modeling using the latest data. What Dr. Kalyana Raman, while he didn't reference, as you did, how the virus is impacting some of our youngest citizenry. They are keen on looking at the data of the private schools that are currently open and have been open, as well as looking at data from across the country of school systems that are open at least in a hybrid model, and what the data is we're learning overseas, particularly he mentioned in Europe, with those school systems that are open, taking a look at that data to help model what we believe, what he hopes that we can do, what I hope we can do come February 1.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Alon.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I've spoken enough tonight already, and I appreciate the questions my colleagues have asked thus far. And Dr. Arlotto, I appreciate the update, and really have nothing to add to what my colleagues have asked. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Madam President. I hadn't really planned on talking on this or asking some questions, but I wanted to follow up on what Ms. Ellis seemed to be getting at. Are we doing, how do I say this? In some of the emails we've been getting and I've been seeing and conversations I've had, it seems like in our virtual world that generally speaking, and of course that's always a wrong thing to do, but it's been, as successful as could probably be in the elementary grades and working out pretty well. But I've been seeing parents having real concerns about how it's affecting our high schoolers and the kids in middle school they're starting to move into the more advanced subjects, into the AP, into the honors, etc. And have we looked into following up on what Ms. Ellis said from an educational point of view, from the student's point of view, from getting the material taught and understood point of view, of shifting our focus to having high schoolers come back in the first wave rather than at the last wave?
So early on with our conversations and planning, Mr. Lieben, you're asking a great question. We talked about the safest way to return students to schools. And what has been recommended up to this point, and you've heard me use the term many times, is cohorting. And that cohorting students at the elementary level is infinitely easier than cohorting students at the middle school level, and virtually impossible, if not completely impossible, cohorting students at the high school level. Now, will over time data bear out a different kind of recommendation? Possibly. But to answer your question directly, we looked at and continue to meet with the Department of Health about what, in terms of the metrics, would support in the safest way to return students to school. And elementary school, because of their ability to cohort, right? A second grade class can stay pretty much a second grade class throughout the day. But Drake Smith in high school will travel to 4 different classes throughout a given day. based on his schedule, to use him as an example, then there is a greater chance of spread within the school has been the prevailing thought and advice up to this point.
But I believe, I hate going down this, but I believe the data shows that spread within the school among students is not the out of control episode that was initially thought. In fact, in New York City, which they're getting ready to go back to school, although in elementary, I understand, they've had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of tests, following up on what Ms. Schallheim said, with very, 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 very few positives of students. The fact is that young children, kids less than 18 years and younger, this disease is just less dangerous. And in fact, for young children, the data shows it's less dangerous than the seasonal flu. And so when we get into this cohorting, to me, it sounds like it's not whether the kids are going to get it. It's that how the cohorting holds back our efforts to contact trace. So it comes back to a function of contact tracing due to the cohorting, rather than a function of, is this disease really as dangerous to younger people as it is to those of my age, those who are 65 years and older, those who have existing situations, etc. So it just seems that as we continue down this struggle, that we're requiring our young people to bear the burden of controlling a disease from which they face little to no risk. And it's going to have tremendous effects in the future. I mean, you see it. We've talked about it privately. I mean, we're going to be feeling the ramifications of this for years to come. And so I would ask my colleagues as they move forward that, you know, we need to try and break out of this fence we put around ourselves, and find a way to take a bold step forward. I mean, this is about the kids. That's who it's about. That's what it has to be about, their education. And the virtual world, while it's doing some things right, it is not meeting all the requirements that we have met in the past in our students' education. And again, it just seems like our students are bearing the burden for something that really, the data worldwide, not in Anne Arundel County alone, not in Maryland alone, not in the United States alone, but worldwide, has shown it does not adversely affect children, people under 18, as it does the rest. And we just got this rear end backwards, to put it calmly. But I would appreciate it, and although, you know, I'm a short timer, I understand that. But if this board, you know, would try and keep that focus on not just the cohorting, not just the contact tracing, but what is the education? What is that focus need to be? Because that's what we need to focus on. I'm glad you're in this spot, Dr. Arlotto, because you have the empathy, you have the dedication, you care so much. And I know you're trying, you and your staff are doing everything you can to pull us through. But please don't give up. Keep digging that hole. Keep digging. Keep shoveling. Thank you.
Indeed, we will. Thank you, Mr. Leib.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Arlotto, I just had one question. It seems to me, I thought it was at least helpful for me as a member when Dr. K came and visited us. The meeting before, we went through a lot of details, and with February being the target, health metrics provided, of course, goal for a lot of our hybrid, relaunch, so to speak. Is it possible for us to ask Dr. K to maybe visit us like on January 6th meeting or something during our regular reopening update? Sort of as a, here's where we're at, so that as we are starting to receive that detailed information, and as your groups are starting to finalize their stuff in the beginning portion, because we're going to have obviously a winter break coming upon us, that I think it just would be helpful. Maybe we could just see if he's available, and maybe and then work with whoever the new president would be. But
Yes, ma'am. I as a matter of fact, I'll be meeting with Dr. K tomorrow at 4:00, his team and my team, and I just made a note to myself, and I'll ask him for his availability for January 6th to meet with this board.
yeah, I think it would be helpful, because I keep hearing, iterations that relate directly to his house of expertise, and that's where I just want to hear from the expert. Not that you're not the expert in education, but in health.
No, you are. No, you are absolutely right. You don't want me making health decisions.
Correct. Yes.
Right. You want the experts making health decisions, and this is a health decision.
Correct, sir.
First and foremost, and when we're able to, and Mr. Live is 100% right, then this body and my team need to be focusing on the education of the children.
Absolutely, because learning loss is real. It's happening.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
The more we know, also I think also creates the urgency and priority of education services in general. And we have good, strong infrastructure in place to make this happen. But obviously, we need numbers that are more accommodating for our staff and our family to feel comfortable returning. So, but absolutely, what Mr. Live and Ms. Ellis have echoed throughout the evening is we have an obligation. So I'm rolling up my sleeves for a now 5th time, perhaps. I always feel like that at the beginning of every month as we face new COVID challenges. But I know we'll do that well together. Thank you.
Yes, I will ask Dr. K for his availability when we meet tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you so very much, Dr. Alato. And if you could just advise the board appropriately through Ms. Howell for,
yes, ma'am.
Agenda planning purposes. And I think January makes more sense too, because we'll have more information back then. I didn't have any further questions. It does appear we do have 1 or 2 more members with some follow-up questions. I see Mr. Smith and Ms. Schallheim's hands. Mr. Smith and Ms. Schallheim. Mr. Smith?
Yes, and during the conversation, I came with a few more questions. First, do you know how many faculty members across the school system tested positive for coronavirus during the month of November?
I don't.
I mean, now I ask that to say, I think that's a very relevant data point, and I think the public would really benefit from having it, and also just for the sake of transparency. And I brought this up at the last meeting, but a dashboard on our website. The last meeting you did say that there was that the state, I think Board of Education on their website, they do a dashboard of cases at the on a school system level. So have we, since the last meeting, since I last asked about this, have any progress being made to either one, make a dashboard on our website, kind of similar to what Carroll County has or Baltimore County has, or to just put a hyperlink to the Maryland State Department's website?
So we're continuing the conversation, but the short answer, Mr. Smith, is no. And primarily because we are not in school. So you say you'd like to have which faculty members have tested positive. Well, they may have tested positive in their neighborhoods or going to the grocery store. And because they're not interacting with students and their colleagues inside a school building, then that information would not be reported to us, right? They're not obligated, a staff member is not obligated necessarily to tell me that they've tested positive unless they were inside a building and interacting with our students and their colleagues. Does that make sense?
And I should have made myself more clear of staff members that have been in, I guess, central office or in the school buildings, custodians or front office staff of those buildings. Can we do a dashboard for them specifically?
Yes. Yes. So those folks that have been that have tested positive and reported that information to us and have been inside one of our building facilities, that information we would have. Yes.
And so yes, we're going to make a dashboard, or yes, we have the information.
Well, we're talking about how to best do that so that the numbers coincide with what the state has. As I share with you, when you last asked this question 2 weeks ago, the state had just launched their dashboard. They're reporting it a little bit differently. They're not reporting positive cases. They're reporting outbreaks. That's how the state is defining it in schools, as outbreaks. That's different than single positive cases inside schools.
Okay, but the county keeps track of that data, correct? The county health department inside schools, different cases, not outbreaks.
Correct.
So I see. So the problem is just trying to figure out how we put that together.
How we can capture that data, correct. And that's part of what we're talking about, is how to build a dashboard to inform the public about when we do have positive cases, and in particular, when our schools are full of children. That's when I believe it's of particular note and need. But yes, that's the conversation we're having now, is building a dashboard where we can report that information to the public.
Okay, and I guess a timeline. I mean, you just kind of hinted towards it. You want it up by the time we're moving back to in-person learning, so around February 1st. But I mean, is there any possibility that it can be up before then? Because I think that'd be relevant to the reopening of schools, as we're planning to reopen. So I guess a timeline, if you have any information on that, or a rough estimate, your best estimate.
I don't have a rough estimate. I made a note to myself, and I'll certainly chat with staff about it tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Shellhead?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to piggyback on something that Mr. Leib said. And just for our community more broadly. I think, not only do I think if we knew then what we know now, I think we could say shoulda, coulda, woulda all night long, but I think we definitely, if we knew then what we know now, I think definitely it would have been the right choice to have had kids in earlier in the year. But I also have a great amount of frustration with how this has been handled by our society at large. So this is what happens, and this is not a political statement, it is my personal feeling. When we prioritize the opening of other things before schools, this is what happens. So now we have a situation where our schools, children, and our teachers haven't seen the inside of a school building since March. And we're in this never-ending cycle of when and how do we get kids back. And so I just wanted to say that, because I'm forever grateful to Dr. Arlotto, his staff. Our teachers have made the most amazing lemonade out of the lemons that they've been dealt. But it's not y'all's fault for why we can't open and why that hasn't occurred as of yet. I blame our response more broadly, and I don't I don't think that we haven't had great leadership in the state. I think we've had tremendous leadership in the state. I think this is maybe more of a national conversation about, about how things have gone. But because we prioritize the opening of some things rather than the school system, now we're in this place where we're at. So, and that stinks for our kids. It stinks for our kids pre-K to 12, because we're all going to lose something, and they've already lost something. And I think the recovery from this is going to be long and hard and painful for our students. And so I just wanted to state that that we're all lucky to have the kind of school system, the kind of leadership of our school system that we have. And it's not because of them that we're not back. And so I just wanted Mr. Live's comments prompted me to want to say that this is the result of how we've prioritized the reopening in general in our society. And it stinks because, especially for elementary school parents, you can't leave your third grader at home to fend for themselves and deal with tech problems all day while you scamper off to work. No, you can't go back to work until your kids go back in any sort of meaningful sense. So I just wanted to state that I have a lot of frustration about this, and while I don't know what choice I would make personally because of my own health buffet of health issues, but that doesn't mean that I don't want our buildings to be open yesterday for all grades at all levels, and preferably without the cohorting and all that, just open, period, with testing and the rest of it. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Anything further? Not seeing any more movement of the board. We have had we had an emotional start to our meeting, and a nice, very productive, lengthy discussions. I'm going to suggest the board stand at ease for 5 minutes, take a minute to stretch and to regroup. And when we return, we will conclude our review items with item 6.03 and proceed accordingly. My clock now shows 8:39, approaching 8:40. We will return at 8:50. So please log back in at prior to that and shut your videos off appropriately during our stand at ease. Thank you all so much. I'll ask members to turn on their videos as they re-enter into the meeting so that I know we have a quorum to proceed. I'm going to give us just one more second for Mr. Gillen to join us because the next review item I know he played a role in. So I'll wait just one more second. Okay, I see Mr. Gillen has joined us. So we're going to officially now resume our business meeting. I want to thank everyone for their patience to allow us a second to stretch and appropriately. Next is item 6.03, the Mo Gaba Day resolution. And I'm going to turn the table over to, this is a review item at this time, and I'm going to turn the table over to Ms. Antwine and Mr. Gillen. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkadell, for opening the floor to me and Mr. Gillen. If you would allow, please, we would like to also share this item with the student member of the board, Mr. Drake Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Duly noted for the record.
Fellow board members, the following resolution is being introduced for your information and review. This special topic will be brought back to the board for further consideration and support of a proclamation in January. Mo Gaba changed lives and lived life to the fullest in a way only few can or ever will. Tonight, Mr. Gilliland, Mr. Smith, and I are introducing this resolution for a proclamation to establish Mo Gaba Day. I would like to thank Ms. Diane Howell, Mr. Bob Mosier, Dr. George Arlato, the superintendent of schools, and Attorney Darren Burns for appropriately ensuring that this extremely delicate piece provided the respect and recognition Mo and his family deserve. Mo was an amazing student, leader, and person, a credit that goes to his mother, Miss Sunzi Gaba. Miss Gaba, a very special thank you. Miss Gaba could not be with us tonight, but she was able to provide her review, her guidance, and her approval of this resolution. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Gerlin for any statements he may have.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine, and thank you, Madam President. And I apologize, I have upstairs above me is my daughter's bedroom, and she is fighting bedtime right now, and there's some background noise, so my apologies. Ms. Antwine, I want to first thank you and acknowledge your unwavering dedication to this. What began perhaps about a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, as a conversation between us as we were watching a recognition at that time by the Baltimore sports community at large, recognizing Mo. And when we had that conversation, we started to think about at that time how best to recognize Mo. And this is the hard part. Mo was still with us at that time, and as the world turned and the calendar pages flipped, and then the holiday season last year, and then we enter spring and COVID, and then the rest is history. We now have reached this time, and it's bittersweet for me because I'm leaving and I won't see this come to fruition. But Ms. Antwine, I do want to acknowledge your effort, and even though I was even suggesting that this conversation may need to be postponed as you were working with Mo's mom, and if that connection wasn't able to happen because of the honor that Mo was receiving tonight, it may be best to postpone. You pushed to have this happen tonight, at least by way of introduction, and I'm appreciative of that. My connection to Mo is really as we are both part of the Lindale community, and I know how much the Lindale community meant to Mo, and I also know how much Lindale, the broader Lindale, Linthicum, Glen Burnie, North County community loved Mo. And I know through conversations that we've had even over the last couple of weeks that George Cromwell and Lindale are both looking, and their respective communities are looking at ways that they can honor Mo as well. Having said that, I do hope that as the board has this on an agenda item in January, that it does give Mo this recognition. And I'm at a loss for words, because this is just someone who touched so many lives, and I know Dr. Arlotto, some of your senior staff, and I don't want to say names, but there are some in particular in your senior staff that have very close connections to Mo, and you as well. And I just hope that this board and the school system at large can do an appropriate recognition and honor for him. Last thing I'll say, I'm a Ravens fan. And it's just amazing to see when Baltimore written in the field and the MO highlighted the way it has been highlighted. Wow. And with that, Ms. Antoine, Madam President, if it's okay, I'll yield to Mr. Smith.
Well, I also just want to start by saying, Ms. Antoine, you put your heart into this matter. We're all touched in different ways by Mo, but you're the one that really brought this to fruition, because you knew that Mo really touched people's lives. I first learned about Mo probably 2 years ago. Unlike some of you, I'd never got the pleasure to meet him, but I felt like I knew him just from his aurora, watching him on TV, reading about him in the newspaper. I can't even fathom dealing with that at such a young age. You can't have a normal childhood, but somehow Mo did. Somehow he did, and it was just so inspiring just to watch him clips. Anything I was going through at that time, it just put it into perspective that there are far worse things out there. People are going through far worse things you could never imagine. And the difference with Mo, I think the reason he touched so many people was he always had hope. He always had hope. And I think that's what we need the most in these really troubling times. Hope. It's hard. Each day it's hard. The monotony can get to you. And we've only been in this for a year. Mo was in like that for 14 years of his life. Each day, he had a happy smile on his face. I'm sure his teachers, classmates, I'm sure they can all attest to that. And I think by keeping his memory alive, year in and year out, somehow we're going to instill hope in all the generations of future students, future teachers. And I think this is just really the right thing to do. So I don't want to take too much any more time out, but Mo had hope. He touched so many people in so many different ways, and you only get that once in a lifetime. And for him to be so close with the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community, he really embodied everything we stood for. And I think this is just an honor. You can't replace him, can't bring him back, but we can keep his memory alive for generations to come.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Madam
Ms. Antoine?
President, if you're okay with it at this time, we'll read to the board and to the public the Mo Gaba resolution, starting with Mr. Gilliland.
Ms. Antoine, I apologize. I have, just to confirm, the latest email, because I know we went through some edits today, but this was the email from earlier today is the final resolution, the Word document?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I can forward it to you again if you need me to.
I have it here, and I just got my glasses, came in today, so I'm just learning to read with these things. And if okay, Ms. Antoine, I'll just read the first whereas clause. But whereas AACPS student Masla K. Gaba, Mo Gaba, became a recognized name as a super fan of the Baltimore Orioles and the Baltimore Ravens, leading him to be inducted into the Baltimore Orioles Hall of Fame and having the honor of announcing the first NFL draft pick ever from a card written in Braille, which is on display in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And whereas Mo Gaba touched countless lives and left a lasting legacy at George Cromwell Elementary School, Lindell Middle School, and the entire Anne Arundel County public school system. And I'll yield.
Thank you. Whereas Mo Gaba served as an inspiration for all students, parents, educators, and school communities across not just Anne Arundel County, but the entire state of Maryland, with his ability to overcome obstacles, his demonstration of zest for life, and the example he set for all. And whereas Mo Gaba lost his life after fighting cancer and blindness nearly his entire life, and after just 1 month of graduating from Lindale Middle School. Now be it hereby resolved that the Anne Arundel County Board of Education and the Anne Arundel County Public Schools designate in honor of his birthday, Tuesday, January 26, 2021, as Mo Gaba Day. Mr. Smith?
Be it further resolved that the Board of Education direct the Superintendent of Schools to annually commemorate the day throughout the AACPS community, starting on Wednesday, January 26, 2022. And be it further resolved that starting in 2022 on Mo Gaba Day, or the public board meeting prior to January 26th, one student in elementary, middle, and high school be honored by the Board of Education with the annual Mo Gaba Award for Exceptional Excellence. Like Mo, this student will have demonstrated exceptional capabilities with kind considerations and a positive attitude to change the lives of others, despite all odds.
Thank you. President Corkadell, at this time, we're open to any questions or considerations from the board.
We'll go in roll call order. Ms. Hummer?
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Smith already spoke. I'll give the three presenters last opportunity to speak. Mr. Grannon?
Nothing at this time. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to, I have to take a moment to just express how moved I have been watching the story of Mo Gaba. And I would like to acknowledge that part of what makes this evening so special is, in case anyone out there does not know, that he did have a street named in his honor, which I saw posted by the governor in Baltimore, with the ravens and the Oriole bird logo on the street sign. It's really beautiful. So we all hit low times in our lives, and whenever I'm feeling sorry for myself, there's very few people who I have known in my life, maybe not even personally, but someone like Mo, who remind me how important it is to stay positive. And he was just truly such an inspiration. And I just feel so, I think the school system is so fortunate to have Mo as part of our community and as a role model for all of us. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Shulhan?
Ms. Ellis proved to be a hard act to follow. I just want to say that I concur, and thank you to Ms. Antwine, Mr. Gilliland, and Mr. Smith for putting this forward and recognizing truly exceptional people. Yeah, and Mo Gaba is certainly just a source of inspiration and positivity for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shulheim. Mr. Ladd?
I have no comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mo is one of those people where you know where you were when you heard the news of his passing. He had that type of impact. For so many, he served as an icon of overcoming obstacles that I don't think we could ever understand what it means to sit in it, to fill those shoes. He represents so many of our students, just too many. It's just too many that face the challenges of fatal diseases. And every single year we experience them. And I don't think there's enough we can do to honor what impact they have on our school community. And so I'm looking forward to our conversation and visit from Ms. Gaba coming up in January when we take this on as an action item. I have no further comments. I'm going to conclude and defer to Ms. Antwine to coordinate Mr. Smith, Mr. Gillen, and her comments, concluding comments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I have nothing further. Mr. Smith, Mr. Gillen, do you all have anything else?
Nothing further for me, Ms. Antwine. Madam President, thank you. I would just say I appreciate the board's consideration of this in January next month.
Mr. Smith?
No, I truly don't have anything else to say. I just once again want to thank you, Mr. Gilliland, really the staff that helped make this possible. You mentioned a few of their names. Also, President Corkadell, I know she was instrumental in this as well. So I just want to make sure that we have everyone, this was really a team effort to really make this happen. I'm glad that we're making it happen because, as you've seen from all our comments, the public, he really touched all of us in one way or another. And I'm glad that collectively we came up with a way to honor his memory the way we felt that will really do it justice.
Thank you. Well, Madam President, to the board, to the public, thank you very much, sincerely. And I said it once and I say it again. Let's go, Mo. Let's go, Mo. Thank you.
Next item are action items. Item 7.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, I don't believe we have any.
No, ma'am.
Correct. Next item is 7.02 personnel. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
I believe Ms. Hummer had requested commentary before proceeding. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I always love getting these and seeing, well, it's bittersweet when you see the retirements. There were 10 retirements on here. Those 10 educators, 315 years of service to AACPS and children. And that is just incredible. And so many thanks to these people who have devoted their entire careers to teaching children. And we're sad to see that 315 years go, but I wish them very positive, happy, relaxing, COVID-free retirements. So,
thank you, Ms. Hummer. Any other comments? Seeing no movement of the board. Mr. Leib, I see that you're unmuted. Did you have a comment?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. I'm willing to entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second to adopt the recommendations of the superintendent. Do we have consensus? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent of the board, Ms. Howe, please note that the board passed through consensus item 7.02. 7.03 is Sunset Elementary School, the Stormwater Management Agreement. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the board approval of the Sunset Elementary School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement.
So moved.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Seeing no movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland, Mr. Gilliland, you're on mute.
Aye.
Mr. Libe,
Aye.
and Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Next item is 7.04, the Old Mill Middle School South schematic design. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the Old Mill Middle School South schematic design. We've got members of the team here with a brief presentation.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto. I'm Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities, and with me is Kyle Roop, Supervisor of Planning, Design, and Construction. We're excited to present the schematic design for Old Mill Middle School South. In accordance with the 2016 feasibility study of the Old Mill complex, Old Mill Middle South is the third project behind Old Mill West High School and Quarterfield Elementary in the disassembling of this complex. Old Mill Middle School South will be replaced with a new prototype middle school located on the southern portion of Southgate Park. The schematic design translates the educational specifications into drawings, which establishes spatial requirements, adjacencies, and circulation patterns for the building and site. The replacement school will have a state-rated capacity of 1,199 students. And the program for the new school will include 27 grade-level classrooms for core subjects, 9 science labs, 1 AVID classroom, 3 special education classrooms, 1 flexible STEM lab, and a series of encore classrooms and labs. The construction budget, site and building only, is $63 million. The occupancy date is currently scheduled for the summer of 2024. As with all our new schools and renovation, the project will be designed to emphasize safety, security, and accessibility. Sustainable design principles such as natural light, improved acoustics, and indoor air quality will help create an environment that promotes learning and study. And now I'll turn it over to Kyle to walk us through the site plan and building plans.
The replacement school will be constructed at Southgate Park, as Lisa mentioned. The 37-acre property is currently owned by Anne Arundel County and will be transferred to the Board of Education through the state clearinghouse process. The proposed building will be situated on the southeast corner of the park property where the current multi-purpose and baseball fields are located. Access to the school's parking lot and bus loop will be provided from Old Mill Road. The bus loop will run parallel to the north side of the building and will accommodate stacking of 32 buses. Total parking spaces on the site will be 137. New outdoor play fields will be constructed along the northern and western portions of the site. 2 multi-purpose fields, 2 softball fields, along with a tennis court and basketball courts. An outdoor classroom will also be provided. The replacement facility will be of similar size and capacity to that of the current Old Mill South. The building will be approximately 160,000 square feet and consists of 3 floors. The building is organized to allow the public use spaces of the school to be separated into easily secured zones with independent entrances. Public use spaces are linked with access by the main public corridor or Main Street, which can be accessed after hours while limiting access to the more private classroom clusters on the opposite side. The first floor of the building will include classrooms, gymnasium, cafeteria, mechanical, and administrative spaces. The classrooms will be situated in 3 wings of the building. Each wing will be separated by an open courtyard. The 3-story academic side of the building is organized into stacked clusters. The clusters are organized into grade levels and grade teams. Each floor of the academic side of the building will accommodate a grade, and the clusters of each of the floors accommodates a team. The main entrance of the building is adjacent to the parent drop-off and faculty visitor parking areas. This entrance is directly supervised by the administrative and guidance areas noted in the drawing in red, and the 2 special education classrooms, which accommodate the school's autism and ACC programs, are located on the first floor, which is in close proximity to the health and guidance suites and the parent drop-off. Music, art, and fax programs are also located on the first floor with direct access to either the main corridor or direct exterior access. The second floor will replicate the classroom wing designed from the first floor and also include additional spaces for media and STEM learning areas. The third floor will provide an area for the remaining educational classrooms. The following 2 slides note renderings of the exterior of the building. Pending future funding for this project, it is scheduled to break ground in June of 22 and be completed for use in the school year 24-25. And with that, we'll take any questions that you have.
Several questions. And I'm sorry, I'm taking a moment to remember where we're starting. Were you first, Ms. Hummer, tonight? Okay, and you have nothing? Or do you?
I just want to say that I am thrilled to see this moving forward. The whole Old Mill complex, as we knew, was going to be a decade-long project and doing in phases, and I'm happy to see the next phase moving forward. So this is great news and good work. Thank you.
Any, Mr. Smith?
Yes, first I just want to thank Mr. Ruff and Ms. Seaman Crawford. I hope we both had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday, well-needed break. I do have a few questions, I guess, about the property. The first one is about the 2 cemeteries on the property. One is a very small one close to Oakwood Road, but then there's seems to be quite a large one in between the in between the sports fields. So my question with that is, I know there's a property near the Mead area, Mead High School, right? You drive past it when you get dropped off via the buses, but it's not as close to where I guess students can really see it and like interact with it during the school day. But this one seems like right smack dab in the middle of the sports fields. And my last thing is I don't want like a ball getting thrown in there. So I guess I think it said there was a fence around the cemetery, correct? But just is there any did any designs go in to make sure that students are going to stay away from it just to respect the deceased? Or
Yes, I can field that question. So one of the cemeteries was actually noted on the deed of the property. The second cemetery is going to undergo a cultural resource study. And once we determine the extents of that cemetery, it will be protected for future use of the property. There's no intent of ours to do any construction that will disturb any of those cemeteries that are currently on site.
Great. And which cemetery are they doing? That was it the smaller one, the bigger one?
I believe it's the bigger one.
Yeah, if it was a smaller one, we wouldn't really have a problem, but missed on the bigger one. But
And the reason that it's labeled a little bit larger in size is because we have unknown limits to that cemetery at this time. The cultural resource study will allow us to identify if there is any issues there that we need to fence off.
Okay, and when do we expect this to be completed by?
The cultural resource study is actually started today. We waited until the athletic fields were not going to be used.
Okay, and need to be completed by?
It goes through a process. They're going to be doing some minor excavation out there, and then those reports will be given to the county for review. So
Okay.
it could take about a month or two.
And then right now, you said there isn't a fence around it?
Both of them are either fenced off or in a wooded protected area.
My next question has to do with the playground that's noted on the site. That's going to be the playground that the street? Is there like another playground?
That playground currently exists. So if you look at page 89 of the report, that playground will remain where it is.
Okay, great. And that's not the one the students will be using during the school day?
No, that one's further away from the school. So if there was a playground, it'll be closer to the school.
Okay, great. Great. Those are my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
I just want to echo what Ms. Hummer said. It's very exciting to see these projects moving forward. Old Middle South is actually the school that my community uses, and it's very exciting for our community. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon, any comments?
Nothing at this time. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Shawhan?
Yes. Firstly, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for the report. You know, I love this stuff. I read every word. I'm grateful for it. I had a question that you answered during your presentation, so thank you. I was interested in why that the special education classes were sort of separate from the others, but you answered that, so thank you for that. My other question has to do with sustainability. Ding, 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 as it usually does. So delighted to see that this will be a solar-ready building. Glad we're inching ever closer to finally having solar on our buildings. What do you see at this moment in time, for those listening at home and for my benefit, as the point in time where we don't just prep our buildings for solar, but put solar on from the outset? Because I know that our budget figures in the past have been north of $18 million for power and light. We're in a interesting economic situation where we're going to have a shortfall of 13 to 15 to Lord knows how many millions of dollars, and I want my taxpayer money to be spent wisely. If we can dial down that $18 million with solar, that would make me endlessly happy. So if you can help me understand once again what when we might see that actually occur.
I can take that.
Thank you.
We are working with our Energy Conservation Office, and I had the same question for them. When do we think that we have enough properties? And they want us to start exploring maybe some existing schools to sweeten the pot so that we can start working with the purchasing department and looking at RFPs to go out for it. So we are constantly working at that and looking at that, and obviously these buildings won't be done till 2024, so we have to get the timing right too.
So what is the timeline? Because I'm not hearing a specific one yet.
We don't have one yet. They said they would prefer to wait for a couple of years until we get a few things underway, and we can look at that along with other existing buildings. So.
Okay. I'm going to push back a little bit, as you would expect me to. Anne Arundel Community College, for example, lots of solar on that property. This is not new. I mean, you can even buy on the market itty bitty little shingle tiles for roofing. I know it's mostly probably a residential product, but even those have solar on them. So waiting another several years, I don't understand it personally. What's our cost for KWH at this point? Do you know?
It's I think it's around 6 cents or so. We're working with, like I said, every month we meet with the Energy Conservation Group and go through all this, and it's just really the cost benefit. We just have to get to the right sweet spot, and they don't think we're there yet. So I have to rely on them as the experts.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with not solar on our roofs, but taking advantage of solar potentially on other people's roofs. There's something I learned about called aggregate net metering. And so I don't know if our power company, or if other power companies, if other companies in general, there's a lot of people who would love to work with us, and a lot of people offer this stuff at a zero capital outlay. And it could be company X from place Y offering product Z. There's the market's huge. Have we researched, or is there any interest in researching other ways to tackle this beast? Because I still think that there's ways to save money, taxpayer money, and make our community greener and save our planet. However it is we got to get there, I just want to get us there. So
I'm with you 100%. And I'd love to, in the near future, maybe share some of the things that our Energy Conservation Group is doing and give you some more details again. So whenever.
I would love that. I would love to see that as an agenda item moving forward. I'm sure I can find a second for that. So I would love that on a future agenda at some point. And also because there's an educational component to this too. However way we travel down, whichever route we go, there's a way to train up our students for careers in green energy, and I only see this as becoming more important as we go forward, not less. And so, there's a way to expand our educational offerings and save the planet and save taxpayer money, all in one fell swoop. So I would love to hear that. I would love to see that on a future agenda. The only other thing I had to say is I noticed that we're doing geothermal. Thank you. I'm excited that it works out this time, and that in the investigation of, there's usually, I think I saw four options, and that was the one. Am I right? I think I'm right. I'm glad to see that. That's another item that I think we can educate our students on, weave into our program offering, or weave into a lecture. I would love to see us walk the talk and educate as much as possible in doing so, our students. So thank you for indulging me again. I'm going to be a broken record, y'all. Not sorry. And let's save some money and save the planet together, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shawhan. Ms. Antwine, any comments or questions?
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you to the design team. Always an incredible design and presentation as well. But it's always some terms that the layman, I just don't understand or get. So the first that kind of confused me, for clarification, please. The location of the current Old Mill South School, that is where the replacement is occurring, right? Where the combo of the middle school and the high school are right now?
No. So the The new school will be located at Southgate Park, which is just, I believe, east of the current building. So the complex will remain in use while that building is being constructed. And this property we will build on, similar to what we're doing at Papa John's Farm or at West County Elementary School. So these will be new properties for the board.
Yes, sir. And so I'm envisioning the proximity to where the new location is. And normally I would run out there to the address, but I've been quarantining and I'm trying to envision exactly where. So when we turn to go down, you have the Wendy's on one side, and I think a McDonald's on the other. That street that leads to the current high school and middle school. You're saying that we're going further away from that location?
It's kind of if you looked at it on a map, it'd be right in the middle between the old mill complex and Southgate Elementary School, right off of Oakwood.
Oh, got it.
Yep.
Got it, sir. Thank you. And then what is happening to the old building? I know that while this one is being constructed as a replacement, but once that's done, what is the plan for the older school?
So this is kind of the domino effect of the old mill master plan. So that school, the actual structure of the complex will remain in use because it will have to also house the existing high school, Old Mill, as well as Old Mill North. And once those buildings start getting constructed, then that complex will start being decommissioned.
Understood. So with that, this new replacement school may be one of our first with the considerations for COVID. Are we designing based on any type of COVID health consideration?
A lot of the energy codes and HVAC codes that are currently in place require a substantial amount of outdoor air to be increased into the building. We also have MERV 13 filters that will be used on these systems. So it will be substantially upgraded from what they have in the current old mill complex.
Excellent. Well, that's all I have. Thank you guys very much as always. And thanks to all of those that I read were part of the design team. These are trying times and you guys keep pushing and doing very well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gillen.
Thank you, Madam President. I've got no questions, but just to say, I too am pleased to see this other piece of the puzzle help make this school project come to fruition. And on a personal note, Ms. Seaman Crawford and Mr. Ruff, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Larry. I forget Larry's last name.
Alberts.
Alberts, thank you. I just appreciate, the last 5 years, all that you've brought before the board by way of capital projects. I think, the last 5 years, coming on this board and seeing really what's been a rapid investment in capital projects, come through this cycle has really been impressive. And, there's the taxpayer part of it and, certainly, the financial part we worked in partnership with the county on, but that has just really intensified the amount of work that's coming through your pipeline. And I know it's not magic, maybe a little bit of magic, but, there's just a ton of work that both of you and your team are doing. And I just want to say thank you. As now a private citizen and taxpayer, I just want to say thank you for all that you're doing to benefit our county and future generations of students to come.
Mr. Lab.
I have no comments or questions.
Thank you. I have none either. Always a great job. I look forward to the day where I can join Miss Lisa with a construction hat on. That's my favorite part of development, is seeing the buildings go up and watching it materialize. So I look forward to that moment in time. If we have no further questions or comments, we can take action at this time.
So moved. So
Second.
approve this as presented and written.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis? Ms. Ellis, you're on mute.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Terry.
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Next item is 7.05, family survey on the 2021-2022 school year start date. Mr. Grannon.
Yes, thank you, President Corkadell. Yes, my hope is that this will not be a controversial item and we can just do it by consensus. But as we all know, a survey was issued to families last year before the decision to have the school year start after Labor Day. And that was input that the board took into account in reaching its decision. And I certainly think that before the board makes that decision again next year, if it's contemplating a change, that families should have an opportunity to weigh in. And so my suggestion is that really just the same exact survey language be issued right away, certainly within the next week before everyone's distracted by holidays and such, so that the full incoming board can have that data available to it before its vote on the calendar in January. And I just think that in particular, because there is a potential change that would affect the start date being before or after Labor Day, which is a pretty significant event for a lot of families. I've heard from families in particular that have already booked vacation plans and made deposits on properties, taking into account their expectancy that the school would not start until after Labor Day based on the board's kind of full deliberate consideration of that issue for the last calendar. So again, I hope it's not controversial, but I just think that we should certainly have family input.
Thank you. Did you want to specify a formal motion to that
Well,
effect?
again, I guess we can determine if it needs to be done by motion. I don't actually think the last one was done. I don't think the last one was done by motion. I think it was just done.
We can make a request can be made to the staff, or a motion could be taken. There are two approaches to that.
Well, I'm happy to hear, if there's going to be, general sort of consensus on this. Again, it's just a question of input for families. So again, it shouldn't be controversial. The language has already been hashed out and written, so the same exact language can be issued again. If necessary, then we can have a motion and a vote.
Okay, well, why don't I offer up, I'll do a quick roll call, round robin, and see if there's any questions, and then we can make that determination. I'm flexible with it all. Ms. Hummer, did you have any questions?
Yes, I just want to say that, as Mr. Grannon said, we did this survey last year, so we have the data from that. But I will also say that the board didn't follow the main recommendation from the calendar survey last year, was that most parents, the biggest thing they said was they wanted a week-long spring break. And we didn't do that. And I think that we've done a lot of surveys lately, and we haven't necessarily followed them. And I think that our families are getting tired of surveys and wondering what the point is. I think we have the data. We received it. The committee very deliberatively put forth 2 calendars, one before Labor Day and after it, but included that week-long spring break. And I think that the public and incoming board members already have the information they need for that. I can just say as a parent, I'm tired of filling out surveys. I'm tired of having those things all the time. And so I think that there's enough information available. And so I just don't see a need for it. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon, it sounds like there would be, there is proffer formulating for deliberation on this. I think it would be best serving at this point then to put forth a motion so that we can.
Happy to do it, President Corkadell. I move that the board direct the staff to issue a survey worded identically, except for changing the year to the last survey that was issued, and that survey be issued to families within the next week.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hummer, we now have a formal motion, so I don't want to double down on a person, but I do want to make sure that that everybody has a chance to respond. So, was there any additional comments that?
No, I just stand with it that I think all the information is already at hand, and I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith, any comments or questions?
Yeah, first of all, I'm all for community input. I think a survey would be beneficial. I mean, a lot has changed since last year, drastically, and I think it would, a survey never hurt nobody. But I just wish I could see the questions on the survey. I wish that was included on the cover sheet. I wasn't on the board last year, and I definitely wasn't reading the surveys my parents were filling out. I don't even recall them filling it out. So I would be happy to, vote for a motion to introduce a survey, but not so much a survey with identical language, because I don't know what the language was. Mr. Grannon, I mean, it's your last meeting, and to pull a U, can I offer a friendly amendment to make it more broader?
Well, before you do that, just as a point of information, Mr. Smith, the gist of the survey, I think I'm going to restate it properly, was there were 3 options offered to families to vote on. And the first option, I don't know if it was literally first, but one of the options was always start school before Labor Day. Then the second was always start school after Labor Day. And then the third was start school before or after Labor Day, depending each year where Labor Day falls. If it's an early Labor Day, then start it after Labor Day. If it's a late Labor Day, then start it before Labor Day.
Okay, and can anyone else, I guess, corroborate that? Right?
Corroborate? No, you're doing your due diligence, sir. I appreciate that.
I just want to make sure.
If I may, maybe make this a little easier. Perhaps we could ask Dr. Arlotto if anyone on his staff has recall to the survey, to any more survey details to help the board in review of this motion.
I'll check. I don't have the survey in front of me, but I will check with staff now.
Great. And
So maybe while that is happening, we can address any other questions or comments of the board, if that's okay, Mr. Smith?
those are my questions. And Mr. Grant, of course, I was not trying to insinuate that you would align. I'm just making sure we don't miss anything, just for full transparency's sake. So I appreciate your understanding with this.
I appreciate your Grannon spirit. Keep going.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Smith, in addition to what we're going to see if we can get our hands on or not? Okay. Ms. Ellis, anything?
I guess I'll just offer that what is a little different this year is we now have 2 main and 2 sub sort of proposed calendars in front of us. So with parents being able to see the way this could play out, I could see how it could be helpful. Not that there's not alternatives to what's already been offered by the calendar committee, but it is a little more information that parents have to go off of as they weigh in on this. So I'm not opposed to it. And I was quickly searching online to see if I could find the old survey for Mr. Smith, but I couldn't find it quick enough. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grant, and I'll defer you to last as the motion author. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I never disagree with asking the community for their input. However, I find it more than a little ironic to be discussing this. Again, especially given the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic and people have been dying to have their kids go back to school, and the bulk of our emails for the last several months have been, when on earth are you going to open the schools? We need to open the schools, the schools, the schools. And so I would think that the general public, if they're consistent with that thought, would want the schools open for business as soon as possible. And that surely isn't a post-Labor Day start next year, when Labor Day is again falling really late. So not only do I think we have all the information we need from last year, for calendars that the calendar committee put a lot of time, effort, and thought into, and I'll just state at the outset, we need a week of spring break, period. I just don't know that it's necessary, because if I'm going off of what I've received for months now to open the schools, well, then I'm going to vote to open the schools as soon as possible, and that isn't a post-Labor Day start in this coming year. So I just see this as the height of irony, so I'm not going to vote for this. I'm sorry, Mr. Gannon, but I'm gonna put kids in buildings as soon as possible, and if I'm going to prioritize the education of our students, then that's what I feel I must do over holidays. We've been out of buildings since March, and with no end in sight. So there you go.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I just asked Ms. Howell, I searched through some emails, and I think I have the survey results from last year that should be indicative of the questions. If Ms. Howell could forward them out to the board members, that may be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mosier, I was waiting for you all to finish. Mr. Mosier has pulled up the survey results that were shared with the board at the time.
Yeah.
And he is going to share his screen, because you'll have, that'll give you an opportunity to see the responses. So this is the presentation that was shared with the board as you were deliberating this current year's calendar.
Can we slow down in that back in those first couple slides? My apologies. I was able to read about 2/3 when we were reading through. Okay. Okay, next screen. Okay. Okay. And so those were the questions, correct? That are in reference?
Yes.
Okay. As I said, I forwarded over the email that I found that Mr. Mosier had originally for the board to have a copy of their own of this. Thank you guys so very much on the fly to do this. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Mr. Smith, was that, and Mr. Grannon, is that does that data help the question and answer?
Can I ask a follow-up question to the data we just shown? I mean, to the questions, just for clarification's sake. Oh, I guess I can. First, the one about extending Easter break or spring break. I didn't specifically say like a week long, like we want. Can we have it say a week long this time, and just to make sure parents know what they're actually getting? Because extending spring break, adding a day, it didn't specifically say like making sure it's at least 1 week long. Can we add that this time? If we were to
If that's a friendly amendment, I accept that. That's fine to just insert that one and only change. I just think otherwise we want to keep it as apples to apples as possible so that there's no confusion if there's any changes in the any significant changes in the responses. But I think that's a good suggestion from Mr. Smith, and that would make it accurate. And just for if this is the appropriate time, President Corkadell, I don't want to debate this, and I don't think Ms. Schallheim was suggesting this, but just so that for the avoidance of doubt, this suggestion that we get input from families about the start of the calendar year. Obviously, the calendar year has a statutory number of school days. It is not one related to getting kids back in class or not as relates to the pandemic. I obviously voted to get students back in school now and to give families a choice, and then obviously that was changed. So nothing that I'm suggesting has anything to do with delaying getting students back in class vis-a-vis the pandemic. This is about the start of the calendar year, which will have the same number of statutory instructional days, regardless of when it starts.
Mr. Smith, did that answer your question?
I just have a question. The implementation of this survey, 85,000 students, probably close to that number of families in the school system, only I guess 12,000 respondents. How was this survey introduced to the public? How did parents know to take this survey about the school system? Was it posted on the website, a phone call, an email sent out? So Dr. Arlo, I guess that question's for you. How was this survey sent to parents?
Mr. Mosier, you want to share what the communication plan was last year as we distributed this?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Smith. It was through multiple ways. We emailed several times. We emailed parents several times. And employees. We texted them, and we made several phone calls and a press release and a social media campaign.
Okay, so the normal ways, and I guess. And how long do parents have to fill out this survey? About a week, 2 weeks?
I think it's in, let me pull the slide back up just so I can look at it, make sure I have it right.
Looking at it also.
October 4th through the 16th of 2019, and we administered it in English and Spanish.
Okay, great. I was just, looking at the numbers of the respondents. I look at schools like Severna Park, South River versus, my own school, Meade, and it's quite a big difference. I was making sure that was distributed evenly. I know the communications team does a fantastic job, and I guess we can't force people to take the survey, but I just hopefully, we'll get more respondents this year. I guess when we sent it out, to anything say like this will affect how the board, your answers can affect how the board might vote on this? Was that, I guess, in any of the messages?
Well, it came, did we say those specific words? I don't know that we said those specific words, but it came right after a lengthy board discussion at a public meeting on this subject.
Okay, but not a lot of people watch board meetings. I checked this one was like, less than 50 people watching it. So not everyone was involved in this conversation. I want to make sure people know that your voice matters. It's important that you take this survey. I want to get back to, we just talked about the achievement gap, opportunity gap, the disparities, it's also in the communities. Some communities are more involved than others. No need to name them because we know what those communities are. And we want to make sure that this is on a volunteer basis. And we want to make sure that, some voices aren't outweighing the others. And I would just hope that if we can, this has nothing to do with Mr. Grant's motion, because his motion is if we implement a survey. But, when we send it out to parents, they know exactly what they're choosing and how it's going to affect the calendar year coming up. And maybe if we can entice them to take it. I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah. Mr. Smith, we can certainly do that. As I said, when I presented the calendar to you 2 meetings ago, I think it was, there is a significant amount of frustration among the calendar committee and I think the public, that if you are going to do a survey and disregard the results of the survey, then people are less likely to be enticed to take the survey.
No, I hear you there, but no, I think I brought up my concerns with the motion. Has nothing to do with the wording of Mr. Grant's motion, but just a lot of things to think about. But do appreciate the prompt response and you getting the survey from last year in a matter of minutes. So appreciate that, Mr. Mosier.
I give Miss Howell credit; she got it first.
Appreciate that, Ms. Howell. You're pulling a long one. And those are my questions.
Okay. Let's resume roll call order. I believe, Ms. Schalheim, anything further? Did you have?
Yeah, I want to once again explain to those listening. Well, I don't want to jump off like that. For those listening at home, and to reiterate once again to my colleagues, the calendar committee is comprised of people from many different groups, including our bargaining units. There's parent representation, etc. On the calendar committee. They put a lot of time and energy and effort into their recommendations for us. And last year didn't go so well from them, and they felt quite slighted that we didn't adopt their recommendation, which, by the way, I believe, not to try to speak for Dr. Arlotto, but I believe was also his preference as well. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Arlotto. And so to muddy it again with yet another survey when we have data from last year, and because we are going through a pandemic, and my priority is kids in buildings, not kids at the beach. I'm not in favor of yet another survey for that reason. I want to hear from those who are interested in this topic. Please write me, dschalheim@aacps.org. Please call me. My board cell is on the website. And we can have that conversation that way. I just think another survey is unnecessary. And I respect the time and energy and effort our calendar committee and Mr. Mosier, as the head of that, put into that work. So I'll be making my selection from one of those offerings. And that's all I need to say. Interesting ending to this meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine, any questions or comments?
Yeah, yes, President Corkdale. My question is back to Mr. Grant, because you two are still a parent in the system, so you will be taking the survey that you're offering. What I didn't understand, I'm understanding from the opposition why we shouldn't have the survey. Could you again share why you believe we should have the survey?
Well, again, I guess it provides families an opportunity to make their input known to the board before a big decision is made that would affect them. I guess I really don't understand the idea. I mean, obviously the board is not bound by it. I don't understand why it would be problematic to give families an opportunity to make their views known, just like they were last time, and there could be different results.
Right. Thank you. The other part of the other question I would have for you, Mr. Grannon, is you said within the next week. Was there a purpose for having it done within the next week? What are the dependencies to you wanting it within the next week?
I guess my thought process there is that it's already done. It doesn't need to be changed other than the insertion of the week-long adjective that Mr. Smith kind of wisely suggested. And given the response time that Mr. Mosier has now reminded us of, I guess I want families to have an opportunity, a full and fair opportunity to respond before, not all families are going to be distracted by holidays at the end of the month, but a lot will. And I think if you do it within the next week, then you have time for them to have that window and then time for the results to be tabulated and presented to the board before the board acts. And if it's going to be done, if it's going to be done, I don't know why we would wait longer than a week. So within a week, obviously, could mean that it goes out, in 2 days. I might personally suggest. I guess I'd still be on the board on the 6th, but I might suggest that it not go out on a Friday. But Monday would be fine.
Great, thank you, Mr. Grant. And to the board and to the public, I want to change the narrative some. It's been insinuated that we are disregarding surveys, and that's just not the case. Our board decisions are informed decisions, which these surveys are part of that information from the parents. I personally take very seriously my role here as a board member and the information that's presented to me, and deliberate and make decisions based on that. If there are circumstances, as you all have witnessed and seen over and over again in this public forum, where some entities are the trump card, for example, the health and safety of our students, and that changes our final deliberations sometimes, despite what surveys and other information may be indicating. But please let us not, especially as the Board of Education, put out there that we are encouraging our parents and our families and anyone else taking these surveys that we're just sending out surveys for them to take it and we're disregarding it. I think that is a very poor statement. We work very hard together as a team, and we should continue that way. Thank you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, let me just pause and say thank you. Again, as I trail off here, probably my last comment as a board member. Thank you for your leadership in leading these virtual meetings this year. I think Ms. Antwine, the closing comments Ms. Antwine just made would summarize my sentiment as well. That this survey would be, one piece of a whole that a board member and the board collectively is using to make a final decision. And I support Mr. Grannon's motion. I think while some minds may be made up in advance, having that data perhaps for new board members coming on the board would be helpful. I don't recall, I think it was Mr. Smith said a few moments ago that a lot's changed in a year. COVID, coronavirus, quarantines, social distancing, none of those were vocabulary words we were using a year ago this time. And I'm not saying that that's going to entirely change the number of responses or even the direction of such a survey. But I think a lot of minds have shifted due to what we've been experiencing since February and March. So it's helpful data. At least I think it would be helpful data if I was a new board member. Again, being one piece of a whole. So I'm going to vote to support the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Lai.
I have no questions. I would like to call a question.
Okay. I'm good with that. I didn't have any questions. Myself, we are at the end of the rainbow here. Truly. Thank you, sir. Mr. Grannon, I would like to give Mr. Grannon final word as the author, if you wouldn't mind, please, sir.
Go ahead.
No, I think the issue's been ventilated, so I agree with Mr. Leib. Let's just go ahead and vote.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-2.
Madam President, before the agenda item closes, can I make a quick statement about the agenda item, not about, obviously I'm not arguing for or against the survey. We've taken the vote.
Yes, you're granted.
I'm sorry. I just have to take this moment as a board member who weighed very carefully my decision last year, and I know every board member did, that the result of the vote last year for me as a board member and my vote was based on the parent survey. We do not disregard that information. The majority of families last year stated that they wanted school to start after Labor Day. We don't need to get into all the details. The results are here in front of us. They have been sent to us, but I had to speak up to that statement. We consider the information given to us by the calendar committee, but it is, and their work is extremely important. It is a launching pad for us to consider everything and make a decision. That is what we've been elected to do, to decide what's best for the school system. And that's what I expect all of us to do in January. But we absolutely consider the recommendation of the calendar committee, of the superintendent, and the input from the public. So I don't want, I could not let that statement go without speaking at least on my actions as a board member. Thank you.
Actually, President Corkadell, if you don't mind, just to follow on what Ms. Ellis said, I just want to say for me, when I voted on that issue, the survey results were the biggest consideration as well.
Sorry, I'm going to speak up too a little bit then.
Wait, guys, I did not know what the statements were. We're now going to be digressing back into the topic that we had just made out to. And I'm just going to caution everyone because that is falling out of order. But I don't want to, start calling out of order, but I do have to recognize that the item that was published on the agenda has concluded, and I understand clarifications for, wanting to clarify information when references have been made. That's usually why we don't reference our past actions specific to our board in that regard during debate. But I was not aware what Ms. Ellis was saying. I don't think there's anything wrong in what was said, but I do need to caution how we are proceeding with any follow-up information here, that we're not falling into exceeding the boundaries that we set forth for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that, but I just want to read one thing. I think the word majority is kind of deceiving because it was a 48.97% to a 51.03%, and that's 6,110 people for a pre-Labor Day start versus 6,436 people for a post-Labor Day start. That's not by any stretch of the imagination, a landslide. This issue will and always has been, always will be a 50-50 thing. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I have to close this out, guys, because what I will do is suggest that any residents or members that wish to follow up further, as I said, I've already forwarded out, so the information will be available to every single board member. And, we can definitely take inquiries from anybody else who may want additional information, but I don't want to get back into revisiting last year's survey. So if we may, I'd like to move along and close out, please.
Move we adjourn the meeting.
Well, we do have item 7.06, sir, that we had added to the agenda. So we have one last action to make. And this one, everybody should be in unity on. Hopefully, we're going to end on a good note. And for this one, we will take one last final roll call vote in honor of our departing members for the record. So item 7.06 is the board calendar adjustment for December the 16th. Miss Ellis, please. You are muted. Okay, I can, here, I will pull it up.
I got it. Sorry.
Okay. I was like, I can do it. I usually try not to do that.
It's gymnastics for me, moving between different screens. Sorry. Madam President, I move that the December 16th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Education begin at 6 p.m., as has been the case with all recent virtual meetings of this board, and that the newly constituted board decide on that date the starting time of future board meetings.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Ms. Howell, one last time for the outstanding service of Ms. Hummer, Mr. Leib, Mr. Gilliland, and Mr. Grannon. Please call roll.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
The point of personal privilege, I know we want to get the vote done, but I don't know, it seems like we need music.
I know.
We need Boys to Men, How Do I Say Goodbye?
Oh, man.
Or Daft Punk one more time. Just saying.
Yeah, that might start bringing tears to people's eyes. But, I just want to say this board, it's been a great, wonderful time to.
Well, I was going to give everybody a last word, Mr. Smith. We're just on the last vote, not on the last word.
I got a knot in my stomach after they said this is the last vote, but I vote aye. Yes.
I have one in my throat myself as well. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
I'll vote aye, but I think if it's going to be music, that Ms. Schalheim and I would want something from Sirius XMU. Just like Justice Scalia and Justice Ginsburg disagreed and then went to the opera together, I think that we can agree on that. But I think you and I actually agreed a lot more than they did. Anyway.
Yeah.
Take care.
You too.
Ms. Schalheim?
What was it? Was it Glass Animals or Arctic Monkeys? And one more I. So yeah, I.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. unique for this one meeting. I will provide a just very brief, let's not reiterate what we did earlier, but in 30 seconds or less, we can go around the room for one final goodbye. And then we'll conclude with our 4 departures. Mr. Smith. I'm sorry, because Ms. Hummer would be last, so Mr. Smith. Yeah.
Yes, this has been a fantastic board to work with. It's been fun to get to know everyone. I really hope to see you around the county. You all really made an impact on my life, and I'm just gonna take the lessons I learned here and just go forward and use them. So just stay safe and God bless.
Ms. Ellis?
Friends, so long for now. This is not goodbye or good riddance in any way. And I absolutely insist that these are not just words, but as soon as this pandemic allows us, we must gather and raise a glass and celebrate. Thank you all.
Ms. Shawhan?
I can't stand goodbye, so I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna say, Eric, as soon as live music is a thing again, let's go to a concert. And thank you all again for your service.
Ms. Antwine?
Thanks again, you all, for your service. It has definitely been a pleasure serving with each of you, and I'm looking forward to the future. And within my 30 seconds, I will be remiss if I didn't thank Senator Pam Bidle and the Anne Arundel County delegates and other senators who made this relationship possible through your leadership and advocacy and your change in the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. And I'll just say it's, I learned a lot, and I look forward to what the next phase of our relationship is going to be, because it's definitely not goodbye. Thank you all. You've truly dynamically changed and had such a significant impact on our students, on our staff, and our AACPS family. It is, words cannot adequately measure. And I wish everyone all well. Okay, motion to close.
Oh, I thought they were gonna.
Mr. Lott.
So moved.
Second.
And we have consensus. All right, guys, have a great night. Thanks again.